It's showtime! Alright. How is everyone on two people watching? Rogue still rating. Oh! You spoke just a little too soon, Rogue.
No, I never speak a little too soon.
How's the mental breakdown from last night?
Far better than what it was watching that show. Let's not do that again.
I'm going to be watching Keemstar tonight. I want to see what he says.
Well, we already know his hot take on it before he even unleashed it. So
you got reviewed, bitch.
Yeah. So I mean, Udahara already kind of did something like that on the 20th, a while back, and pretty much had the same mental spurgery as I did. But
he covered this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, another Canadian in the same region as I'm in happens to be an Indonesian Canadian, or no, an Indian Canadian.
Well, I've heard you say Udahara a couple different times, and it's like, I remember, I think you said something about him beforehand, and then all of a sudden you had the same meltdown. It's like, oh, now I see why he did that.
Yeah. Yes, unfortunately, that was the unfortunate reaction when you have this level of stupid. Speaking of, hey, Vlad, how you doing?
Vlad's silent.
Of course, which is he's a silent type. It's good. It's good. But yeah, no. That was unusual. That was unusual. Thank God I don't have to. Recover it as of yet.
Yeah, I would say something right now. This is the 100th episode of Re-Caffeinated.
Is it the 100th episode of
Re-Caffeinated? It is the 100th episode.
Are we gonna do something special, like get 8 guys locked in a room and find out which one's the gay guy?
We're gonna give Pin a special shower.
Well, okay.
Okay, no, I'm
really gay.
Okay. It doesn't really sound really gay. I mean, Pin is a Cuban.
True.
Yeah, I'm just now getting over it. I get a headache like every Sunday for some reason, it seems like. Fuck.
Maybe just because your body's telling you, Sparky's streaming.
That or have to get rid of the kid somehow.
Well, the last couple streams that you actually did stream, I was editing videos and just wasn't paying attention, which awkward timing.
Yeah.
Not really. It's good.
Yeah, and just in case, because of the Quantum TV bullshit and Acerthorn bullshit on it, I know I'm getting a lot of views on my channel from other people. Look, we have some hot takes. We also don't care about racial slurs, as Rogue so happened to demonstrate last night.
Oh hell yeah!
Which was glorious.
All of you.
How so, sir?
None of you caught that one of those alleged emails was song lyrics to the song "Nigger Hating Me."
I really don't pay attention to song lyrics.
Yeah,
honestly.
he read that like all confusingly, and then I immediately was like had the tune in my head and was like singing along with the song in my head after that, because I have that song memorized.
Isn't that sung by a black guy?
For some reason, I'm not shocked that you, out of all people, would have that song memorized in your cranium. It's just...
But we
thing never.
we went through and we went to go checking emails, and as I can confirm, all of them are not active.
Like
Every time,
yeah, it's because the whole thing was bullshit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree with Jim Max completely.
Okay.
And you don't do that too often.
What? No, I never do that. Like, whenever he first said it was all him doing it to himself, I was like, oh, look, it's Jim Max being a conspiracy theorist again. And then as it progressed, I was like, oh, well, maybe he's got a point, because a lot of this is very suspicious.
And it's like the alright, so let's get one thing straight. I'm not watching the Atman. I'm not watching Mischief. I've watched them after the fact. The only videos I have watched about the whole entire situation have been Quantum TVs.
To be honest, the only video I've seen so far after you have progressed on me on this one was the factor that I knew that Muda covered this a while back, and I'm like going, well, I kind of just jumped past it. I wasn't that interested because, again, it's just another person, abusing copyright. It happens in YouTube quite often, so whatever. So after dealing with this vlog thing and I wanted to pull a trigger on somebody, I decided to go back and go on the Muda, channel and watched his hot take on it, and he had the same kind of Sparky. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So this Canadian who is in the backwaters in my neck of the woods, who also kind of agreed you done fucked up, but in more of a polite manner.
Yeah, no. I think you had the hardest take of all so far.
Yeah, well.
What was it?
Go ahead.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. Take the L, move along.
Oh, that's not really a hot take, but yeah.
Well, here's the reason why I said all that. Because there's a lot of people going at him. Not really. They're using the DMCA abuse as an excuse. And they're starting to go at him now, and it's like, oh no, you used to. The same tranny is used as a racial slur, or the word nigger, or the word faggot.
My God, Sparky used it.
I don't care. It's a word.
I know, but
yeah, I have the same complaint. Yeah,
it's like, look, I don't care what he said online 4 or 5 years ago. It's completely fucking irrelevant. Same thing with Atman and Review Tech USA. They're all fucking faggots. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
agree.
So the point is, I don't care about words minced online. I don't care about shit being sent to people. I really do not care. What I care about is a fat pattern of fucking lying, which is why I even got into the whole fucking hack bullshit. And the fact,
of them.
Yeah, and the whole fact of he's used the DMCA as a weapon. And whenever that didn't work, he tried using flagging as a weapon. And when then that didn't work, he tried calling someone's mommy as a fucking weapon. That's all I cared about.
Tell mommy on you.
No, quite literally. That's quite literally. That could be the meme.
Yeah, so my whole thing is that bothers me about the whole thing, and actually this is a massive criticism of whatever it is, Actman. God, yeah, and yeah,
Quantum TV is the black idiot who doesn't
I know.
Shut his nigger lips, and the other one is just a more popular YouTuber.
Well, my criticism of Actman and everybody who is following suit is essentially the fact that they're using all these. Like, did you actually watch his video? I did, and I got pissed.
No, I watched all of Batman's video, and I don't agree with a lot of points.
I got mad throughout to the end because I'm sitting here like, what you could say. You could just say, I don't like the guy, and I think he's a piece of shit. And I want to get him off of YouTube because he annoys me. And I would respect that opinion because that would be the truth. However, they use all this other shit, like he's toxic. He said all this weird shit in the past and all this other weird, all the DMCA stuff that Actman does not give a shit about as a principle. Nobody does. All right. And then just use this as an excuse to justify something that they could have just as easily summed up with, I don't like him. Which is fine. Like, I don't like him either. I think QTV is an exemplary exemplary. Oh my god, he's an exceptional example of what a Christian looks like. Whoops, did I say that out loud? But anyway, the point is, it's like I can't stand QTV. I hate him. Right, and if I wanted to get rid of him off the internet, that would be my reason. Just like if I wanted to have a giant campaign to get rid of Actman, which is tempting because he annoys me, I would use the same justification, right? I wouldn't make up all this other shit. This other shit's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Like, who cares?
It's the same kind of feeling I have with Andy Worski and a few others within that drama-based fights that they tried to do. Yeah, I can't stand them, but
yeah, they're trying to get they're doing the whole Knoxville thing again.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that, Vlad?
Yeah, actually hope Piggy shows up, like, legitimately, and I'm gonna be 100% honest. If he actually shows up, I'm gonna give him a shit ton of credit for it. Don't care if he loses. Right, and he might show up, but if he does, kudos, massive ones. I'll give him that.
Well, here's the time out. So here's the problem. Technically, if you go through, they're doing MMA, right? Or what? Boxing, MMA, all right.
No, it's boxing.
Doesn't matter. It's a physical contact sport. Technically, as of right now, Ralph can't technically do it.
Why?
He has an active felony.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Well,
I want him to show up because as soon as he shows up and as soon as he gets in that ring, he's violated his fucking deal. And he goes back to jail.
I mean, whatever.
Which is if you actually look on a lot of his timeline, whether it be Twitter or whatnot, if you can find whatever timeline he exists on social media.
Well, I'm blocked by Ralph, so.
Yeah. He tries to say that Boogie's not going to show up because, again, Boogie and the other dude are supposed to be the main show. The main
I don't think people are coming to watch Boogie.
No, they're not. No one really cares about Boogie. But again, that is, they're the top of the card. Ralph and whoever is supposed to be midway, probably middle of the card or
Boogie?
bottom. Yeah, Boogie 2998 and some other retard.
The fat fuck? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he going to take his teeth out first?
I don't know. Well, I don't know if he's got to take his teeth out first or not, but it's got to be him versus, I guess, the guy who showed up to his house.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that right there is like, one, I think it's totally stupid, but two, I can totally respect it.
I guess.
Time out.
I want to oppose. Oh.
Here's the thing. I respect it for this one aspect. Look. It's one thing whenever it was Tonka and Andy because they had a disagreement online and they didn't like each other and all this stuff was online. That's one thing. But the fact that the man actually went to Boogie's house and now they're doing this, I respect that more.
Yeah.
And that's where my thought pattern on that goes. That's it.
I wonder if Boogie is gonna throw a warning punch.
Could you never know? Andy Worski, Ralph, and then there's supposed to be another one that's supposed to be attached to it, so it's supposed to have at least 3.
It's Ralph versus who?
Andy Worski versus Ralph. Worski versus Ralph. Hyde
Oh,
versus
God.
Boogie.
Oh, so Andy's the low-cal of the whole group because this is the second time.
No, look, here's the problem. Ralph put the challenge on the thing, and Andy took it.
Andy's an idiot.
No
Cocaine
shit.
is a hell of a drug.
Well, he is from Canada in the backwoods called Ontario, but you know, yeah, he's a Portuguese, transplant, but still.
Well, I have
He
one
resides-
correction I want to make of the previous stream, by the way.
Okay.
Gmail doesn't care what you send. Largely speaking,
Largely speaking.
and the reason I say that is because like in the video, like you're showing the racial stuff, which by the way, I agree with Jim Max, that looked very faked, like photoshopped. But aside from that, whenever I was looking at that, it's like, dude, like I've sent like scat porn and bestiality porn at Twitter, so like through the email service when trying to file for an appeal. Like recently, and Gmail never like took down that thing. Plus, on top of that, I have been sent by loads of friends of mine like really gory like death shit, right? Like through email, because you can't really upload it to YouTube or anything, So like they don't now. I mean, they might care if like somebody sent child porn, I guess, but as far as Wix chat goes, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. Like I don't see Wix chat allowing you to spam nigger. That was really weird to me. Like I don't know. Like a lot of that shit.
Well,
I stopped there, by the way. As soon as I saw Wix chat and then nigger, I was sitting there like, oh come on, like there's no way, stop. And then I just left the stream.
well, a lot. So I liked how he photoshopped everything and how he edited everything, make it look like he's looking down at phone. I'm saying going is like, look, I know you're trying to go for an artistic look and stuff like that, but you are quite literally photoshopping and editing and putting into a format emails that I've never seen a format of. It's like, if you got the email, put the email up on screen.
I don't know why he didn't just pull up OBS.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Why go through the fucking trouble of editing?
He went through something that was considered a phone capture, so that's why you have that look for the most part. If you look at it,
I can screen cap shell off, and I do all the time to capture shell on the phone. But you know what? You can at least tell it's screen captured off a phone. That looks fake as fuck.
No, it's an application that links your phone to your computer. You can actually see everything from your computer that's on your phone. It's a mirroring program. That's what he was utilizing.
Like an emulator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never used it before, but I've seen a lot of people make videos similar to that.
Yeah.
Especially on Instagram.
Correct. And the weird thing about it is the layout of the Google.
Well, that was my thing. Is the layout.
Well, again, it makes me question what type of phone he's using, because each layout is slightly different with your Android phone. If you're using Google, for example, if he was using a Samsung, the bubbles would be a little bit different on the bottom, slightly. His were a little bit more slender. Usually a Samsung's is a bit more beefier, they're a bit more fatter.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, I'm not too sure what phone type he's using. But because he is emulating his phone or pretty much mirroring what is on his phone to what's present, it's not difficult to actually have your phone scan through pictures doing exactly the same thing. So he could have had these things already preset, and then he's going through a picture file, not an actual Gmail file.
But even then, I still question the validity and the fucking reaching he did. It's like, again, it's like I don't care what he said in the past. I care that he's lying about being hacked. That's all I care about. I don't care if he called a bunch of trans people. You should have been Pulse nightclub victims. As bad as that sounds, I really,
people, but
huh? Well, as bad,
people, yeah.
Gay people, whatever. As bad as that sounds, I don't really care about that.
I say worse than that daily, so I don't care. Actually, you know what's really funny, by the way? Total side note, and this is hilarious. So I made a tweet about all this and got some heat back from it. And this guy, he brought all that up, you know, and I said I don't really give a shit about that. This is all softcore shit compared to what the internet used to be, and everything he said really wasn't that bad. I mean, like, compared to a lot of shit that I see all the time. And then the guy replied with asking why I was defending the guy, which I wasn't, and I had said like 4 times I wasn't defending his character. Like, I made that very clear. And then the guy in the same exact tweet, okay, accused me of being racist. And I'm like, how am I racist when you're accusing me of defending a black guy? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like, look, the race card should not be even brought up in this. The bigot card should not even be brought up in this. The religion card should not even be brought up. None of that stuff should be brought up in this. It matters not to the situation. And I really don't care.
Blame Axeman for that one.
Yeah. Well, even then. So.
And Griffin Gaming, I hate that fucker. Like, I don't know why anybody watches his shit. His voice annoys. He's like he like tries super duper hard to sound like fucking Leafy. Like, but like the more libtard version. Like, I just can't. I can't stand the faggot. I never could. Like,
well, it's you like and you hate. You like who you and hate whoever you want. As I'm not gonna sit here and say you should like him or not, but I do
like Rags though.
No, I do too. Oh, Rags had a beautiful video.
Yes, 100%.
Again, I still don't agree with some of the points about the racism and the bigotry and stuff. I don't care about that.
Rags was mostly just trying to destroy his character. So, I mean, which is pretty effective. So, I mean, but he wasn't trying, from what I remember anyway, it didn't sound like he was trying to do what Actman was doing. He was just trying to destroy the claim, number one honest person or whatever the fuck.
No, well, he's not. That's easy.
Yeah, he's number one brand in honesty is complete bullshit.
Number one brand and bullshit.
Yeah. And realistically, his job is pretty much to change the picture on your television. That's basically it.
I could do that myself.
There's a lot of settings that do that. Hell, do you realize that I have to do the resetting of any TVs at my house? So my mother sits back. She kind of goes, okay, pick a show that has the most blackest person up there so we can get it proper. So, yeah, figure that shit out.
All right. Well, even then, I sit here and go is like, I like with my monitors and stuff like that, I got them set to how I like it. I don't care about the true color bullshit. I set it to how I like it. So I don't care. But it comes down to is like whenever it was going through, oh well, Acer the Act Man did this and said this. Oh, Mischief did this and said this. It's like, bitch, okay, he told somebody to slit the wrist. What's the context? You didn't show the context of that tweet. You just showed the picture of, he said to someone to go slit your wrist. What was going on? What was the conversation? Was it heated? What was that back and forth? Was it a friend of his? Was it banter? We don't know. We got out of context tweet. And then he wants to say, well, his tweet's out of context. It's like, no, your tweet wasn't out of context. You pretty much said you should have been a Pulse nightclub victim. That's entirely worse unto itself than telling someone to slit the wrist. But again, it's like, I don't care. But if you want to go on the context of, oh, well, right about this, you still did worse. Same thing whenever he says, like, you know, I call my friends faggot all the time. There's a lot better curse words than nigger. It's like, He's right. There is. So I don't get what the reaching portion, the whole deal was. Or even the fact that, the Atman.
Okay.
He said that back in 2016, 2017. And then I think another one, he's like, bringing up the suicide rate of trans people is not as great as what the suicide rate of Jews were back in Nazi Germany and stuff like that. And that's, yeah, that's what Atman says. Oh, well, that's very transphobic of you, Atman. It's like, no, it's not. Technically, if there's any Jews living in fucking Nazi Germany back then, it was probably a form of suicide because, I mean, why would you live in Nazi Germany if you were a Jew?
Well, it's so much more complicated than that, but I don't want to.
I'm just saying. Those are the examples.
Joke.
Those are the examples QTV gave of Atman being big. It's like I don't see anything wrong with that.
So I think I understand. God, I hate to do this. I understand where QTV's kind of coming from. That it is, at the very least, mildly hypocritical that he's being criticized for the his lack of virtue. But at the I find it very hypocritical that Actman would say that shit, then utilize actually things that are technically less bad in his criticism against QTV. Like I find that. But I mean, then again, like, look, I already know that Actman is a hypocrite anyway, and that the other guy, I always forget the fat fuck that you meant that's involved.
Review Tech TV.
Yeah, Review Tech. I fucking hate that guy and hope he chokes to death on the chicken he talks to. Right? So like.
Rich from Review Tech USA. No, it's like so. At the end of the day, and these are their justifications, whether people want to see it as a justification or not, I really don't care. I'm just going through the motions of these are what the people said. Atman got called out for that shit. He also went through and apologized, and since then has not said anything like that. And for Review Tech USA, he said, I like Vosh. And the context of it was he was just making fun of him. That was the context of that, and he's being called a pedophile defender for saying that. And it's like I really don't see how that is. And he also got called out for saying the word faggot on live stream, or calling someone a faggot on live stream, and then within the same breath said, "I probably shouldn't have said that."
Question. Hold on, 1 second. Did you say Review Tech USA likes Vosh?
He said he put down in a post that he said he liked Bosch, but it was a joke. No. It was a joke, is what it was.
Well, whatever. Either way, like the thing is, though, is I completely agree with QTV again here. I don't think apologies. I don't think you should apologize for words that you say, especially when they're intended as jokes. I think that's bitch-made shit. But on top of that, more importantly than that, I do think it is mildly fucked up that, technically speaking, QTV could just apologize for everything and nobody would care. But whenever Actman and all of them apologize for it, it's all gone. It's erased and
well, time out. QTV hasn't apologized for shit. He's been deflecting up my email.
I know. I'm saying if he did apologize, nobody would accept the apology.
Yeah, at this point he's doubled down so much nobody fucking cares anymore, and that's the problem.
Right. But I'm saying like it is a screwed up dichotomy that these freaking lefty tards can say apologize for some really dumb takes they had, and everybody just accepts it.
And that's the reason why I'm not focusing on that. I don't care about that.
Yeah, we're getting into a weird rabbit hole the moment we start bringing up words said on tweets. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's I do not care what any of these people said, and that includes QTV. I really don't care. So I mean, but in order to get through the minutia, you got to fucking bring it up because that's the main thing that's being brought up. So you got to go through, talk about it, and then shoot it down.
Yeah, but Sparky, at the end of the day, it isn't about the words that have been said; it's been the actions that was going forward. this person, QTV, has decided to claim that people stole his product using third-party, type software, even though you can pretty much download it directly from YouTube itself.
Actually, you know what? And let me bring this up right now because I found this out. I actually found this out last night in the middle of doing all this. Whenever you have YouTube Prime, whenever you have YouTube Prime, and I have it on my secondary account, Sparky's Tech Corner 2.0,
you can download it and save it.
You can download it.
I told you that. I knew that going forward.
Well, I was gonna bring it up to fucking showcase it, but I can't fucking find it on my.
It's fine. I mentioned that yesterday. You can download the motherfucker for using YouTube. You don't need a third party.
Yeah.
YouTube has the program. It's had the program for a while.
That.
Yes. Henceforth, why they put it behind a paywall. It used to be free. Then they put it behind a paywall. If you want to do it again, buy me, bitch. That's basically it.
Or you can just keep making like mock accounts and doing the trial.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that, or you can do what we did last night and just capture on OBS, which is not illegal third-party software because you can stream to YouTube with it.
Hold on. Can you imagine for like 20 seconds, like actually believing simple recording software could in any way be illegal?
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine like going back in time with that logic with VCRs and them having the ability to record television and then calling that illegal, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
they tried. The FCC tried that. No, the FCC literally tried that.
Anywho, that would destroy the communications industry as a whole.
Yep.
So
I remember recording TV shows from VHS tapes, like old Disney VHS. I don't like this one anymore. Put some tape over the little break off tab, put it in there, record over it, and watch a TV show that I wanted to watch. But that was a problem with it. You can only record over it so many times before the picture just looked like absolute fucking garbage.
Yeah, it's because the tape is slowly being eroded.
I know. But still,
so, I mean, realistically, but that was the industry back in the day.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
nowadays we have computers that digitally record stuff for us. We call them what? Digital
DVRs.
recording. Yeah, DVRs.
Yeah.
So, where is it any different?
Exactly.
I mean, seriously. So this man states that it was illegal that they did this, and then they didn't do anything that was informative, and just ripped the information, put it up on their channel, did nothing.
Remember, guys, ad block is piracy.
Apparently so. Yeah.
Fuck off with that Linus Tech Tip bullshit.
I'm done with dude, like, honestly,
I've been done with him a long time ago, and I still reject the fact that he lives in my neck of the woods.
Okay, so I wasn't a long time ago. Like, I still watched him actually up until the beginning of this year, actually, roughly the beginning. And it was whenever I started watching more of the WAN show, and then just grew to hate him.
Oh wait. So you like this? QTV made a video about Linus saying since he didn't care about his sponsors that he lies about everything because of one clip that he done, and it's like, no, that's not how that works.
Hold on. Now, Linus did say some pretty sketchy shit in regards to that, but he like saying shit like, that their quality of assurance or whatever regards to their sponsors isn't exactly he said something like he doesn't always know who the sponsor is, and that he doesn't personally test out everything and all this weird shit. And I'm like, dude, you're opening the door like so hard. Like, I'm like Gamers Nexus, whenever they have a sponsor, right? Mm-hmm. They go through like a retarded amount of effort to make sure that it's not a scam or bullshit or crap or junk, and or if it's a game, they'll actually play the game. Whereas Linus said he hasn't played a single game that they've sponsored.
Well, not only that is like I respect Gamers Nexus a lot more because they'll buy pre-built or they'll buy fucking PSUs and stuff like that. And yeah, they have the equipment to test it, but they go a step further. They actually tear the shit apart and they go through. It's like, yeah, these are all the components are in this. This is a high brand port. This is kind of a low brand port. There's multiple of these ports, and if you open up these other PSUs that are the same line within the same serial numbers, you can see that the different ports that they're not the same. You know, they go through another level of authenticity on this shit. Yeah.
Yeah, the autism is much appreciated with Gamers Nexus. I'm curious because it's not like, you know, like see, Linus's shit feels like, you know, like pop nerd shit, right? And whereas Gamers Nexus is much more in depth and hardcore. Like, I'm actually happy he has 1 million subs now because he was stuck at like 200K forever, right? But the thing is though is that like whenever I start watching Linus's shit, also do not go on Linus's Twitter. Holy shit. It is such a mess. When you have Destiny of all people just jumping Linus's ass lately, that should tell you something. So, like Linus or Destiny just did a part of a segment of a stream where he sat there and for like freaking 20 minutes straight called Linus a fake wannabe socialist and doesn't know what he's fucking talking about, and also called him a hypocrite because he runs his business like a fucking like a mega corporation, but in no way, shape, or form. And is anti. Because Linus is also, by the way, he claims to agree with socialism, but he's anti-union. Right? And so Destiny, like hardcore, was like reamed his ass on a stream, and I'm like, dude, that's sad. Like, honestly, like it's kind of sad to me that
here's retarded. Time out. Here's the way I look at it. 1, it's his beliefs and values. 2, it's his business. 3, he can do whatever the fuck he wants with it. 4, that's nigga just kind of shut up.
Whoa. Hold on. Okay, 2 things. 1, he wasn't saying that Linus should or shouldn't do anything. He was saying that if Linus is going to preach socialism, he should at least act like the very thing that he wants society to change into, right? And that was the point. First off, Destiny is a capitalist. He's not a socialist. So, like, in his thing, he was talking about how, like, why would you go on Twitter and then bitch about capitalism and then tell everybody that they're shitty people because they like money and all this other stuff that Linus says on Twitter. But then whenever it comes to unionizing, act very volatile and antagonistic about it, you know? And that was kind of like what the whole point was, is that it was.
Well, time out. I can kind of agree with Linus on it. Unionization is kind of bullshit. But if you want to treat, if you want to treat your company like, it's so fucking weird because he's taking like so many points from different points of views and put them together. He's making a customized business model is what he's done.
Look, you're not understanding. I agree with Linus's take here. The point isn't that his take is bad. It's that his take contradicts his view that society should be socialist. That's the point. If you espouse socialism and then have a capitalist take, you're not a socialist. That was the point.
He's what is considered, and it's kind of a weird conjoined idea, a socialist capitalist.
Yeah, you can do that. You don't have to fully embrace capitalism. You don't have to fully embrace social. There's parts of socialism I agree with. There's parts of socialism I really do disagree with.
Okay.
There's parts of capitalism I agree with. There's parts of capitalism I don't agree with. Okay, I think there needs to be a mixed model of it.
That's fine, but unionizing is a core element of socialism. If you're against unions, you're against concept.
I'm fully against fucking unions, but I think that the worker aspects should take some of the parts of it.
All I'm getting at here is that Linus goes on and rants about other corporations. He rants about how society should be more socialist. And then when it comes to his business model and the way he lives his life, his lifestyle does not fit what he proclaims should
Correct.
be the case. That's
That's true.
the whole criticism.
Mhm.
That's it. And also Linus is a huge Hassan fan, which is kind of an added part to that problem because Hassan is the same way.
Yeah,
Okay.
Piker. Yeah.
So,
Alright, I don't even know who the fuck Hassan is. I don't even really care.
Hassan Piker.
he's the nephew of
To Shane Cougar.
yeah, from Young Turks.
Yeah, he was removed off of the Young Turks due to his inabilities. We'll put it that way. So dear old uncle made sure that the kid has the ability to once in a while show up on the Young Turks. Is defended from any form of liability using the lawyers and whatever else that exists, as well as gets a bit of the extra cushion for his programs that he does on Twitch.
Yeah, the catalyst was Hassan Piker said that America deserved 9/11.
Mhm.
So, but
Yeah.
no, like Sparky, like for example, I'll give you a cool example. Like if I, like myself personally, went around talking about how I think everything should be ANCAP, right? Because I hate ANCAPs, by the way. But everything should be ANCAP, and that everything should be privatized and all that shit, right? But then I was like, yeah, and then I start going on about how like, no, I don't want to get rid of my kids' welfare. Why would I get rid of my kids' welfare check? You know what I mean? Like if my kid had one, like why would I do that? Right? Like that right there completely contradicts the core philosophy that I profess, and that is at its root the truest form of hypocrisy. So whenever you have like QTV, to bring it back for a second, when you have QTV talking about how he's a Christian and all that crap, right? And then he's lying constantly, like prolifically, like he is, and doing really, like, arguably morally heinous shit to a lot of people, like especially Christians. Like he is contradicting the core of what he claims to be and professes himself to be, and that's kind of what the whole point was. That
Okay.
destiny.
I get where you're coming from. And again, I'm going to say this. One, I don't fully subscribe to one model. Two, if you want to mix models, I think that's completely okay.
Yeah, I mean, no, it is okay, but the thing is that if Linus doesn't come out and say he mixes models, he comes out
No,
and straight up.
he's spouting that he views one particular model as correct and every other model incorrect.
Yeah, and
Even though the way how he's built his model, it is borrowing from other models that exist.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, alright, so whether or not he comes out and says it's I still look at it as like, whatever.
No, but
I'll give you an example. So, my job, I walk on trucks. It's a totally capitalistic take. But it also goes on the model of what unions would do. But we're not a union. So, to give an example, like if you was to go work for a company like Cummins. Cummins is a total union company. Here's the problem with this whole thing. Yeah, you get a lot of benefits when you get hired in. You get, add-on bonuses and stuff like that. But then the problem is you are stuck at that point. And it's a contractual agreement. So when you get started in, you'll get started in as an apprentice. And what you do, you're basically the shop bitch. Yeah, you get paid a good sum amount, but you're the shop bitch. And this is how long you're the shop bitch for. And so someone else moves up that's above you, or someone else quits or retires. So you can be stuck at that position for 5 years. You cannot fucking move up. And if you're happy with your job, and as it is, and someone else higher up than you is not happy with the job, and they decide they want to do a strike, and they do a fucking strike, you have no choice but then to follow those idiots along, and then affect you as you walk.
Okay.
That's total bullshit. Now, my job, we go through the same thing. You get hired in as an apprentice, and you could go through, Either you'll get jobs that are like mechanical jobs, engine jobs, transmission jobs, roll ins, electrical diagnostics. I do a lot of the diagnostic troubleshooting, warranty. A lot of jobs a lot of people can't do or don't want to do is just tedious work. You know, trying to figure out what the fucking issue is. And then once I figure out what the damn issue is, then it goes off to someone else to get worked on. The thing is, it's not unionized. I get good pay. Everyone in the shop gets good pay. And it doesn't matter if there's an opening or not. If you earn that opening, you can walk up to it. So it's kind of a mixed model. And I like that.
That's fine.
So if someone wants to espouse the idea that, oh, they like socialism, but they don't like all aspects, and they take other aspects from like capitalism and some other things, fine, I don't care. But then if someone if someone has an issue with them, is oh, well, that's not socialism, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, like, but the thing is, though, is again, Linus doesn't do that. He just straight up says everything should just straight up be socialist. Like, dude, to the point. Did you see the computer he made for Hassan? Like the whole video, like the whole video where he made Hassan a fucking thing, and then made fun of capitalists the entire video by mocking common arguments made against Marxism, right? I mean, like, and all that shit, like, while also, to be fair, simultaneously trying to take the piss out of Hassan to some degree, but largely speaking, like, that's the kind of shit that Linus professes a lot, like, and talks about how capitalism itself is immoral or some shit, right? Like, you can't be anti-capitalist, which is almost all of his rhetoric, pro-socialism, which again is almost all of his rhetoric, and then go on stream and then shit on the core of socialist ideals, which is unions and co-ops, which are two like dude, that is so fundamental to socialism and like at its core that if you're against that at all for your own business, you don't have socialism if you don't have co-ops and unions. You just don't. They don't exist. That's a core root of pro-worker rhetoric, right?
Yeah, but when it comes down to any form of socialism, it's all about the haves having more money or expendable income. Anybody who's below the actual haves, you just have to line up, wait for that roll of toilet paper.
But it's just that, like, my issue is if Linus came out like right now, and said, look, here are the elements of socialism I like. Here are the elements of capitalism.
You're never going to get that.
And these are the things I don't like about both. If he did that, I would be like, okay, sure. And I would be okay with that. But that isn't what he does. He goes hardcore in the hot takes, as he puts it, especially on his WAN show, where he'll sit there and just
time out. Do you know why he does that?
Views?
Yes.
I understand that, but that's capitalist, isn't it? Right? Like, which again, like he espouses socialism.
Why? Time out. It can also be propaganda too. There you go, socialist.
Yeah, that's true. But at the end of the day, spending this quality time on a man who's trying to make as much shekels as possible, utilizing whatever's available to him. I really don't see a point. I didn't like Linus Tech Tips when he first was thought of. I still don't like the guy. I still don't like his program. I still don't like his takes.
So here's the thing. I like some of the videos he does. I don't watch any of his review videos. I don't watch any of the, like, his house building. I don't watch any of that stuff. What I watch is his off-the-wall fucking builds. That's what I watch. That's the only thing I care about to watch. And then And then some of his takes on the WAN show. That is it. That's the only reason why I watch him. If it's or some of his tech quickies explaining some of the stuff, which is highly accurate on a lot of things. Those are the videos I like to watch. Everything else I don't care about. Whatever.
And Luke is an obnoxious yes man. Like, holy fuck. Like, just agrees with him wholesale on everything.
Well,
but
he
anyway,
had time. Not all the time. Him and Linus have butted heads plenty of times.
well, not on the WAN show anyway. I haven't seen it yet.
Regardless of
Bullshit.
this fact,
Bullshit.
Hang on. Who is paying for Luke's existence on that show?
Yeah, you got Luke. No, Luke. All right, so here's the thing. Linus owns everything underneath the Linus Tips umbrella. Luke he doesn't. Luke runs the float plane aspect of Linus Tech Tips. Float plane is still owned by Linus. Luke just runs and manages it. So basically, Luke is like second in command, but he is still under Linus. But only thing he does is stuff for float plane. Linus does everything else with Linus Tech Tips. I don't remember who's running everything underneath Linus Tech Tips. I can't remember his name now, but yeah, it's broke up into a dichotomy. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's look at it like this. So Rand Show is a show that's ran by Linus Tech Tips. Everyone on that show is being paid by Linus. You can look at it's a legit media company. It's not like on here. You guys come on here with me, we talk, and yes, we will disagree. We've had many of disagreements and stuff like that. Here's the one key difference. I'm not paying you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're not getting paid either, so.
Well, same here.
Even that.
But that's the key difference. So yes, Luke does look like a yes man. But there are times that him and Linus will disagree on something. And Luke will give an alternate take.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, like, ultimately, my fundamental issue is I just don't look. If you run a computer-focused thing, all right, you should really, and I'm 100% serious here. Okay, take your politics and put them on a shelf. Either do like a separate thing where you talk about your politics that have nothing to do with your normal content, or just don't talk about it at all, because I don't think dividing your audience is a very wise business strategy. And to be fair to Linus, he isn't heavy-handed on video too often, but it's mostly on Twitter where a lot of that heavy-handed shit happens. But the point I would like to make there, though, is that, like, it gets annoying for me to watch.
All right, so time out.
Because I know that this guy, who is the biggest, like shill person on the planet, which is fine, I don't care, espouses the most Marxist crap possible, and the contradiction there is unignorable, whatever.
Okay.
Inignorable.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I watch them for his crazy ass fucking builds because
the crazy builds are fun, and he doesn't really do it personally much anymore. Anyway, it tends to be some of the other guys.
Well, and he does get involved in some of them and all that good stuff, like the recent build he's been doing, the 100 petabyte server or something like that.
But let me reverse something around here. There is one view I have that is kind of communist. So let's reverse the thing around, and this is something that me and Linus completely agree on, and that is open source shit. I'm obsessed with open source thing in the digital world. Like, I respect that Linus is keeping everybody updated on Linux, because I think that's important. And also,
that's only a recent thing.
Yeah, it is only a recent thing. You're correct.
Remember, Linus hated open source. He was a Mac person all the way.
Really?
Yeah. Most people don't realize that, hey, Linus actually had a Mac address channel devoted that had over 17 million views.
Yeah, I didn't start watching Linus until like 2017.
Well, he did, but I think the more Apple came out as anti-consumer and stuff like that, I think the more his views changed on it.
No, they really don't. He still floats the flag for an Apple product.
Oh, he has had showcased like several Apple products within the last couple of years. I mean, that's actually happened.
Yeah, and that's
the whole Linux thing, it's only been around since 2013.
Hey, Wesley.
I thought it was like since 2020.
Nope.
Okay, because because I've only recently seen him discuss Linux at all.
Yeah, no, he pretty much got Luke from that time frame, Brandon, and a few others.
Well, but the thing is, though, is that the point is, though, is like when it comes to my YouTube channel, which I tweeted about this the other day. I view all my content, even though it technically what I'm about to say isn't true, like as far as like a factual thing, but I view it as open source. So like you could come in, you can cut up, chop up, steal, or whatever with my content. I don't care, right? Because I don't consider my content mine, if that makes any sense. Like the moment I put it on YouTube, I don't really view it as mine anymore. And so like for me, I think that thought process would also apply to like a lot of other things like Facebook or Twitter. Like when you type something out, you can't really copyright a tweet, right? And so like I view video like same way, with exception to what you copyrighted before you uploaded it. So like if you make a song, obviously you're going to copyright that before you upload it to YouTube, right? And that being the exception. But like general videos on YouTube, like I'm not going to DMCA strike fucking some asshole because he mirrored my video or chopped up half of it.
Oh, time out.
He did.
Time out. Why am I going around with this today? We're gonna switch over and talk about acerthorn a little bit. You want to talk about that little thing that happened yesterday? I don't mind on here. I really don't.
I was really hoping to avoid it, but I mean, I guess.
He doesn't like to avoid anything.
I'm calling you out on your bullshit, Vlad. No, we can talk about it a little bit, and it does kind of hit around what we've been talking about on the channel, and I've already made a video on it, and I published it last night. So I mean, yes, I did. Well, it's a 5-minute video.
Because like the thing is that reason I wanted to avoid it is because like I'm just gonna have like a lot of like just dull, boring takes on it. So. Like, okay, all that happened was
no. Well, time out. We'll do this. We'll do this afterwards. How's that? We'll do it after we talk about some other things.
Oh, fine. But I'm just saying, like in general, like I don't care if people like like what people do, like the. Honestly, if you like false DMCA claims suck, and I don't think that should be an option in the first place. Is what I'm trying to get at. Like, I don't.
Gotcha.
That if you upload a video to YouTube and you hadn't copyrighted that content before uploading it, and you don't have a copyright attached to anything you uploaded to YouTube, that somebody should not be allowed to come in and, real or false, take it down because you don't have a copyright to it. Now I know that gets into a rabbit hole of other issues and that could turn YouTube into a publisher rather than what it actually is. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if that's the case because Twitter exists and I can't DMCA strike a tweet.
Yeah, you can. So, actually, you can.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
That is so gay.
That's what the left hand side of Twitter's been doing for quite some time.
Yeah.
That's so.
No, you can't. Like, you can't. All right, you can't. You can't DMCA strike a tweet. No, you can't DMCA strike words on Twitter. But like, if you post up a picture or something, or you post up a video, it can be DMCA.
Like impersonation or just straight up DMCA.
Straight up DMCA. Like I would say, like somebody has a copyright on a picture and it's copyrightable, and I take that picture and I post it up on Twitter. It can be. I've actually had DMCA strikes against me. That's actually what PlayStation did on. I can't remember what it was. It was on one of the leaks that they had. I can't remember what the game was. Actually, yeah, no, it was oh fuck, The Last of Us. The Last of Us 2. Whenever it came out and the leaks came out, that's what. I don't remember if it was PlayStation themselves or if it was the company through PlayStation doing it. They were copyright.
It was the actual gaming company itself. PlayStation just
Yeah,
Use
but they were actually
the connections. That's it.
They were actually DMCAing posts that had pictures of the game talking about the leaks on Twitter. Same thing on Facebook, Instagram, and every other fucking platform that was out there.
So okay, and actually, here is another cool take. You're gonna love this. Okay, I'm gonna make a very somewhat anti-capitalism argument. It's not really it's not really anti-capitalism. It's just anti-crony capitalism. But regardless, I think like a lot of people like to claim that the reason why all this shit, like all the um censorship and cancel culture and all that shit happened because of libtards or what have you, and granted they did start it, but I think like a lot of that had to do started off with basically all of these social media sites wanting money. And if you post something like a racial slur, it's not a moral reason. Like YouTube doesn't feel morally abhorrent or not morally repulsed by me making a video called "Slavery was the greatest thing to ever happen to America." Right? They're not morally repulsed by that video, which I did make, by the way. And they took down. They're not. That wasn't why they took it down. They took it down because they had to slap advertisements on that, and it doesn't look good for the advertiser. So really, the only thing that really makes all of this a problem is because people, mostly the left, likes to believe that all of this is a moral thing, and it isn't. Corporations don't have fucking morals, all right? They don't care. Their only viewpoint is, well, how do we maximize profit, right? And because of that, as a result, you have a lot of free speech issues where you can't say anything you want because it looks bad. And so
all
like, people,
faggots.
And this is why, and because of this dynamic, you have people false DMCA striking shit down because they think that all of this is a moral fucking crusade. It's not. It really isn't. It is just corporation. Like, it's kind of like whenever the Twitter was bought out. Everybody swore up and down that all the shareholders were going to adhere to some kind of moral fucking righteousness, and they were going to die on that hill of we're the good guys. No, they didn't. They just wanted to wait it out and make him offer the maximum amount of money so they can make the maximum amount of profit. That's all that was about.
Pretty much, the offer is already maximized. There is no more that they can actually wait for.
Well, I mean, the first
the board. Actually, no, it was the maximum. The board is the one that had to acknowledge the actual shareholders because of the state that they exist in. The board wanted to go on a moral high ground and say no. But because of the factor that they had no choice but to follow the actual state rules and follow what their shareholders demanded.
Oh, yeah, you're
David
right.
went to the FCC, and the FCC flat out told him, was like, no, what he's doing, you can't stop. You gotta go through with it.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that distinction, but yeah, no. But
there is. I mean, if you actually took the time to actually listen to the leak audio that was dropped. The CEO for Twitter mentions that on the top of the card that they are upholding to the actual shareholders. No moral. It's always going to be the shareholders in the state that they're in. If they were in a different state that didn't have those requirements, Twitter would never have been sold.
Yeah, like, so the thing is, though, is that ultimately the people, like the shareholders aren't going to hold that moral view, and a lot of people thought they did, or were going to, and this is the problem, I think, is that as I said, like this weird thing with corporations and shit, and the censorship and all that of words on the internet, I think has made a lot of people on the left think there's some kind of morality to it, and there's really not.
Yeah, it does not. Well, it's like a lot. I mean, what you can look at what Elon Musk did with Twitter, and you can look at that as like that was a hostile takeover. It's like, no, that wasn't a hostile takeover. That was a complete annihilation.
I mean, that was just look. Billionaires be billionaires, though.
It's like I've seen a lot of people say, "Well, Elon Musk hostily took over." No, that's not how that works. Like, no, if it was a hostile takeover, only thing Elon Musk would have done was buy over 51% of Twitter and then force everyone else to do what he wanted. That's what a hostile takeover is. No, Elon Musk just basically took everything away. He's like, nope, it's all mine.
Yeah, I mean
that's complete annihilation. That's not a hostile takeover.
Yeah, because if you look at it, Elon Musk actually went above and beyond the actual current value of the share. And even that was kind of questionable because there was a lot of guesstimation from a lot of the legacy media of how much the actual offer was. The original offer, the same offer that is pretty close to $45 billion, which puts the shares over about, give or take, 54 per share.
Yeah, so it's one that I find it fucking funny, and I love it. I love the tailspin everyone's doing because, oh my god, Elon Musk bought Twitter. It's like, okay, well, you gotta have that viewpoint. You need to go look at Jeff Bezos. You need to go look at Mark Zuckerberg. You need to go look at these other people if you have such a big fucking problem.
Bezos owns a news service. God damn it! Like that, in my personal opinion, is so much worse than owning Twitter.
Yes, well, he is the proverbial Dr. Evil of today's time.
Well, again, show me any form of press that indicates the amount of abuse that's allowed in Amazon. Or that the employees have, demanded that, there should be a union or at least some form of structure so they can have some time off for the amount of labor that they have to go through. Not very much out there, is there? If any.
Mm-hmm.
And who has control over that one? Oh, right, the guy that bought up and
here's the thing I look at it. Are the workers at Amazon getting paid good, or aren't they?
Depending, and this is what I know from people who work at Amazon, depending on the area that you're in, you might get paid above the minimum wage. If you're a driver, you're being paid per drop. Per package.
Yikes.
Well, time out. That's
no. You don't have. You do not have control of how much your load is. The load is not filled to the brim like you would for UPS or whatever. It is literally 3 packages in a bundle. And when I say a bundle, these are fucking the giant bags that you would get for laundry.
Okay.
If you're lucky.
Sounds like the same rules that truck drivers run by because they get paid. Yeah. They get paid by the load, and that load pays per mile. So
what sucks about that is if you live in a more rural area, right? Because like I've had the Amazon guy show up to my house, but I live 60 miles from the nearest Amazon warehouse. Mm-hmm. So he's got to get paid a whole lot of not very much.
Yeah, most of the Amazon drivers in my neck of the woods also work for like Uber Eats, DoorDash, and a few others, just so that they can get the extra money. They're locked on a time. They're locked on a time schedule. They have to make sure that the drops are done in a specific way, and they have to go by per bundle being put into their truck.
All right, let's change gears up. Let's talk about acerthorn. So
I know nothing about it.
Okay, the unicorn.
The other unicorn, the other one. It's. So I thought acerthorn was gonna be worse than Quantum TV because acerthorn's got an actual fucking lawsuit against like Sid Alpha and 8 other YouTubers for copyright.
But Acer is a cracker, and he knows he's a cracker.
He's also a crackhead. Yeah, acerthorn's also a crackhead. Yeah. So, alright, so let me break this out. Acerthorn, and again, I don't know why, I don't know how, this all links back to, like, Elden Ring. It's like the game is like, I don't want anything to do with the fucking game because it's caused so much fucking controversy.
Look, it is the most overhyped game in existence.
It is.
You're gonna have a few people who are going to be like anally upset because of somebody's bad take.
All this bullshit started or stemmed from a Elden Ring hot takes review.
Okay, can I say something real quick? I have
go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm still on the fence about making a video on this. I recorded it, and it's in my editing software, and I'm just on the fence about releasing it. But in the video, which if I release it, this take is gonna be in it. If you play Elden Ring, you probably touch kids. And so like,
Oh God.
I hate
Do it.
I hate anime
Do
with
it.
a passion.
Do it.
And I think people that play Elden, I go on a whole rant about how Elden Ring and Dark Souls is like a game for people hyper obsessed with lolly porn, right? Because
There we go.
I really really hate those
So
games.
all I hear here, Vlad, is that you met Wesley and you agree. I agree with you.
All right, so yeah, both
in our chat. His name is Wesley. He's a black weeb.
yeah. But anyways, here's the way it goes. Yeah, people had hot takes about it, and that's what all this stemmed from. The whole quantum TV thing is because he had a hot take and used the phrase like the same kind of phrase like go kill yourself in Minecraft or some stupid shit like that, and that's what a lot of people had issue with. Then people made critique videos on his take, and then those videos is what QTV shut down. Same thing with I believe acerthorn. I believe he's a litigious little fuck, and he lives in Arkansas, so he lives next to us. But
again,
but
he's just a cracker. You know that for sure.
I know. But still, But anyways,
I'm
he
using
got a lot of criticism and stuff like that. And it's not the DMCA on his takes and reviews that he's done, but he's went at people very hard. Well, anyways, people started making critique videos on him, and for anyone here that live streams, please tell me how the fuck this happens. acerthorn ended up in his house doing accidentally starting up a live stream for 2 hours. He did not know about it. He did not know of his live streaming, but live streamed for 2 hours. And during a bit of that live stream, he went into a violent temper tantrum for about a minute to a minute and a half. Then I'm gonna kill you, this, that, sounding like a fucking goblin turkey and all that good shit.
Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Yeah. I'll be honest. It depends on how he set up his system. He may have had he hit a button to activate things to go live. I mean, realistically, you could do a lot.
I got hit 5 buttons to go live.
Yeah, I know. He probably found a way to macro it down to maybe 1 or 2.
I have not found a way yet. It's like if I want to go live, but I don't. So I don't know anything about
By the
Twitch.
way, Wesley, there are several different anime references in Elden Ring. One happens to be a Berserk fucking reference, so pay a fucking attention.
Oh, alright, but no, it basically goes like this. When I don't know about Twitch, I don't know about any other software. I use OBS and I use YouTube. That's why I use the live stream one. So if I want to stream,
hang on. What he could be using could be like a different program that's embedded into his system. Like, for example, NVIDIA has Shadow Play and a few others. All you have to do is hit a fucking button accidentally on your computer. Boom, it pops up. Hell, Windows has that now. You can boom, hit a button and boom, you're recording a show because, again, it's designed within the system. So I'm not trying to take away or try to justify how he got there. We know that he got there.
Yeah, we know he got there. And well, the only thing I want to touch on is the steps I gotta go through. So in order for me to live stream, I've got to bring up YouTube. I've got to set up a stream. I've got to get the stream set up, configured, all that good stuff, and get ready to go hit the go live button. But I can't hit the go live button. I've got to open up OBS then. And once I open up OBS, I don't know why my computer does this, but my camera does not activate automatically. I've got to actually physically unplug my camera and plug it back in, deactivate and reactivate the camera in OBS before the camera comes on. Then once it does, then I go ahead, start stream. And after that, I gotta wait a couple of seconds for it to come up on YouTube, start live stream. And then start live stream and now I'm streaming. There is a process I got to go through before I can even stream.
Oh,
I don't understand how that happens.
You got lucky by dealing with that. Oh, also, again, Wesley, there's quite a few nods when it comes down to a lot of anime references in Elden Ring. The core creator made sure that it existed because of the factor that it's more of a Japanese type focal point. Remember, this is the game for Japanese, built by Japanese. Just so happens you get a Hispanic or a Spanish right for you. That's about it.
Well, I say, well, here's my hot take on Elden Ring. So, I see, QTV and everyone else play the game, and there's one thing that they always fucking bitch about is like, you always die.
Yeah. That's the design of any form of...
Yes, I understand that. But that is the number one bitch criteria. Is like, I'm sort of going this, is like, I remember playing Skyrim. And as soon as I got out of the starting area and go, I found a giant. I went to go attack the giant. I ended up sky high.
The giant can hit you pretty hard. I understand that.
Yeah.
Usually...
I came up to the giant and it's like, whack! And he looked up at me, he took his club, and he went, 4!
Pretty much. It's like the first time you encounter a Deathclaw in Fallout. You kind of go, what is that? And
yes! No, that's a good reference. It's like, there's two paths you can go down. You can go down the long way that the game wants you to go, or you can go down the shortcut, which you end up fighting two of the most egregious, fucked up fucking enemies, pain in the ass enemies, even at higher levels in the fucking game, and that is the the wasp things, the mutations of the tarantula hawk wasp.
Those guys.
Because that's the first thing you run into if you go down the canyon down that shortcut. Cazadors.
Yeah, that's what
that's
beginning with a C, and I was trying to figure.
Yeah, it's like you can go down there, and that's the first thing you run against is those Cazadors, and that fucking noise, and you go look, and they're just running around on the fucking pavement. What's that? And all of a sudden, you get swarms. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, if you manage to get past the Cazadors, it takes you right into the fucking herd of fucking Deathclaws. And you're going through this game, it's like, what in the fuck is this bullshit? And it's like, but if you go through and you go back and look, there's a big sign that says, danger, do not go this way.
Pretty much. Also, if you look at New Vegas, there's even a little spot when you get to the Deathclaw pit. It pretty much tells you not to go that area because it has barricades letting you know, going beyond this point, you're running your own life and risk. So it's like,
alright, so fighting up against one Cazador is not a fucking problem. And you will run across...
The Cazadors have a venomous poison
attack, that's the only thing that makes them fucking pain in the ass.
No,
fighting up against one...
stacks.
Yeah, it stacks too. So... going up against one Cazador is a pain in the ass. And you can do it. You can do it at a lower level. It's very easy to go up against one Cazador at a low level. You just gotta be around maybe 10 HP by the time you get done. But if you run into a fucking swarm of those things, which there is a fuck ton swarm of those on that fucking canyon wall, you're dead in like 10 seconds because you're gonna get swarmed by 5 of them. All it takes is a sting, 3 stings, and it stacks so much for your character at the level, even at a high level, you're gonna die. Yeah, and when you get swarmed by 6 of them, when you get stunned by 6 of them, it's over with. So
Anyways,
it's
just a brief highlight on Elden Ring and the hard on that the main creator has for something known as Berserk. Because the reference of Berserk shows up in multiple different times. You can actually get Guts' weapon. You can get his armor. You actually have some of the actual characters present in Elden Ring. From example, let's see here. You have the Griffin's blade. You have the prison look. Hell, if you look at the first armor that you get, you have that person with the helmet with the one eye kind of thing and the cutout. Well, that's available in the fucking manga. Some of the actual landmarks exist are based off of Berserk. Some of the actual characters that you fight are based off of Berserk. So really, if you're anything, you're playing an anime game.
yay, don't care.
But I'm just saying. Just pointing out that if you pay attention to the structure of the game, they're giving a complete homage off of Berserk. Anyway, going forward.
Going forward. Alright, so I want to talk about this since Vlad's gone, and Vlad, you know.
Vlad really didn't want to have that ace.
Yeah, so I want to talk about Vlad. Alright, so Vlad is muted and deafened in the in the Discord. He's eating dinner. He's not here. So anyone over on his side or anything like that has an issue with anything I'm about to say, I really don't care. Don't blame Vlad. He's not here. So I got during the whole fucking acerthorn and quantum TV bullshit. I've been going through and going at people for spuriously filing false dmca strikes. So, and I'm gonna bring up a couple names, and I know that people are gonna fucking latch onto this and do what I don't care. You got my express permission to clip this up and use this audio. I really don't care at this point. I've got nothing to do with the whole situation. I'm just telling the facts as they are. So there is a person, and this all happened within Pooh City, which is Vlad's Discord, in the chat. So all of a sudden, there is a person within that Discord named yobyaxes. I have dealt with yobyaxes a couple times in the past. He doesn't like me. I don't like him. I don't care. He can have his hot takes. He's got a channel called yobyaxes, the Anti-MGTOW 2. He's got 3 videos of me up from different live streams poking fun at me with the whole bullshit situation about 3 or 4 years ago. Is what it is. I think it's funny. I can go back and watch those videos and have a laugh and chuckle going, God, these guys are fucking idiots. Alright, so what ends up happening is yobyaxes is I won't even say a T channel, and I won't even say a clip channel. He is a mirroring channel. He does not do any content on his own. Everything that he does is the rips of videos or rips of live streams. And when I mean rips, I mean he takes them down and he re-uploads them on his own channel.
Yeah, I know.
He does
out of it.
Yeah, he does not critique it. He does not alter it. He does not change it. He does not add anything to it. They are straight up rips. So they are, he's taking someone else's property. At the end of the day, that's what he does. Yobyaxes is a fucking content.
Hang on. The only defense I can give him, if anything, he's an archivist, and that's about it.
Well, even then, I'd still archivists are fucking content freaks. I'm sorry.
No,
that's what
I
Black
understand.
says.
But again, it comes back down to if the archivist is allowed to do so. If perchance no one's actually said archivist, then that's because it happens with Medicare. He has several different archivists. He's allowed.
Yeah, and that's up to Medicare. And you know what? If he takes somebody else's video fully downloaded and he wants to put it up on his channel, that's.
But again, that's
fine.
The only defense I'm going to give to somebody on that one. They could be an archivist. I don't know going forward.
Yeah.
Though I really don't. I don't know if I've dealt with him. I've seen his.
He's a dog with the stupid sign and the circle.
The MGTOW symbol that wasn't really a symbol until just recent. Might have come cross paths with him, but then again, don't know. It's been a while since I've dealt with the community.
Yeah, well, all of his content, he has some content on his channel that's, been altered and edited, but I don't know if it was made by someone else. He basically is just, oh, this is pretty, I'm going to put on my channel. Ooh, this is pretty, I'm going to put on my channel. That's basically all I've seen him do.
Mm.
And by all means, like I said, you can clip this portion out and put it on your channel. But only this portion, Yobi. If you want to put this whole portion of me talking about you on your channel, that's fine. You're only going to clip this portion out, because this is a warning right now. You do this entire live stream, I'm going to DMC it. That is your one and only warning. Anyways, what ends up happening is within Vlad's Discord, Yobi puts up a thing as I just got DMCA'd unfairly, it's bullshit. And you look at it, and I believe I got the okay to do this. Well, I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna simply. It was Antoine, Matthew, issued the copyright strike, DMCA. I'm sitting there going, it's like, why in the fuck would he do that? Because it didn't make sense to me. And then Yobi does not give any context. He does not say anything. He just says, "Oh, I just got DMCA'd," and it's like it's so bullshit. It was Antoine, and he's going through and he's DMCA'ing me for no reason, all this other good stuff. I'm sitting there going, it's like, that doesn't sound like Antoine. It really does not sound like him. And I got to looking at it, and I tried looking for the video on his channel, and I could not find the video. And it was talking about a MGTOW. Something about Daisy or something like that. And I was looking for it, I couldn't find the video. And it's like, is somebody trying to start some shit up with Antoine because of the simple fact of, there's a lot of DMCA bullshit? And I started getting really agitated because I really legitimately thought somebody was going after Yobi using Antoine's name to go after Yobi to try to start up some sort of bullshit that's going on with this, right? And I couldn't get Yobi to understand. It's like, look, I don't know. I don't understand give me a little bit more information. What was the email to this? What was the context of it? And he would not tell me. He straight up just kept, it was Antoine. It was Antoine. I don't care if you say it was Antoine. What was the email address to this? What was the video about? He never told me. So I went through and I did some investigation because I know how the fucking DMCA system works. You can literally use anyone's name. And that's what's saying as it's content owned. It's owned by this person and da. So I ended up going through on my channel on Sparkys 2.0, and I ended up DMCAing one of my videos on my channel using Matt's name as proof of concept of, hey, are you sure it was Antoine? Because I just did this to one of my own videos and used his name. Oh, it was Antoine. I know it was. He'll admit to it. It's like, well, I can't get a hold of Antoine right now. So it's like, look, I want to try to help you out, but you got to give me some information. It's like, well, it was a re-upload of one of his videos. Wait, what? What is that? What did you say? It's like, oh, I had the okay to put it up on my channel, and it's a re-upload of one of his videos. It's like, what do you mean by re-upload? You mean did you rip it down and do a critiquing of it? Did you commentate over it? And it's like, what do you mean by re-upload? It's a mirror. What
he was trying to do
is it's a mirror of the video.
Yeah, basically. Let's get that.
Basically, and I'm sitting there, and I got so fucking pissed at that point. And it's like, and I didn't say anything else, and I'm not responding back to him since yesterday. But it goes like this. I was so fucking pissed off. I was like, dude, you put, and I know his name's out there, and he doesn't care. He knows the fact that his name's out there. He absolutely does not care. But the point is Yobi puts the DMCA thing up on his in Vlad's chat and said, I just got DMCA struck by Antoine. Butthurt about it, and does not put any of the fucking context out on it. That's what pisses me off on it. I'm sitting there going this way. I don't care if you got a fucking signed contract at this point. He's perfectly within his fucking right to fucking DMCA you stupid motherfucker.
Yeah.
So later on, and I call KG, I call I call KG, I tell him to call Antoine to get a hold of me. I get a hold of Antoine, he comes up to me and he admits, yes, I'm the one that DMCA'd Yubi's video. It's like, he said he had the okay for this. You know, just trying to touch all the bases, make sure I had all the points. He never had okay to hit the video. I just found out about this, so I issued the DMCA strike. Okay, fair enough. Now, I will say this much, and I will give yobyaxes this much if he wants to try to save grace. But for the fact of the thing he says, like, oh, this makes me hate him more, and all this other good stuff. I'm sitting here going, like, yeah, there's probably gonna be no saving grace for you. But I will put out this this on, you know, this olive branch to him, and I will try to get a strike alleviated off his channel. Even though I think he most deservingly deserves a strike. I actually think he deserves more strikes than that from all the other people he has ripped content from. Whether or not if he has the okay or not, I don't agree with that bullshit. But no, if he wants to strike alleviated from his channel, I will walk between him and I will walk between Antoine. But here's the way it has to go. I know I can probably get Antoine to remove the strike from his channel, but he must delete the fucking video as soon as the strike's down. And if he does not want to agree to do that, then he can live with the fucking strike on his channel. That's all I gotta say about the whole situation.
Honestly, looking at his channel, and having to have a 2 with a subscriber count of 271, I question his validity. He seems more or less more of a mirror account than anything else.
He is. And that's why I feel like he deserves a strike and he deserves more.
Yeah, honestly, if somebody wanted to, and these copyright holders of these particular things that he's mirrored decide to go, hey, no, that's mine, please take it down, you failed to do so, then yeah, they're in their power, they're in the right to do what they need to do. And unfortunately, I'm looking at his last post. I'm looking at one here. Zoom in failure accomplish bashing Tonka. That was 2 months ago. Got about 101 views. Wow. I don't know. As a mirror person, you don't have a lot. I've seen better mirror channels out there. They get better views. You just don't get. Yeah. Fortunately, you don't have the
yeah,
you don't have the interest, sir. You have nothing.
Well, even then, it's like, look, and if you scroll down, you'll see a couple thumbnails that have me in it.
Yeah,
which I think it's funny as fuck because I believe those are rips from Vlad's live stream. Vlad's okay with it, so it's whatever. No, I don't have and this is the point I want to try to get across. I don't mind criticism. I don't mind people wanting to make a video about me. I don't mind people wanting to talk about me. If Yobi wants to do a video like that about me, or rip a video of mine down and criticize it, do a transformative walk on it and stuff like that, I don't mind. I don't mind if he wants to do that. So and that's gotta be another caveat too. If he rips this video down because I talked about him in this, he's got to transform it. I'm not just gonna allow a clip. He's got to transform it in some way. And whenever I mean transform, I don't mean speed up. I don't mean slow down. I don't mean flip the fucking picture around. I don't mean blank out the picture and just have the sound. I mean actually having him fucking criticize it and talk about it. And if he clips this and he puts it up there and he doesn't do any of that shit, he's gonna get a DMCA from me.
Yeah, pretty simple.
That is your one warning.
Yeah.
I think I'm being extremely fair about that. So if he wants to make a video criticize me about I'm defending Antoine because I'm his friend. No, I'm defending Antoine because he actually utilized the DMCA the way it's supposed to be fucking used.
Honestly, at the end of the day, if he did say, yeah, go for it, and then recants on it, makes no difference. It's not like you have a signed contract for you to mirror his property, his content. We don't even know if that actually became an actual conversation. So realistically, at the end of the day, he's in
Well,
his
even at
power.
the end
No
of the
matter how
day, I
much
don't
I
care.
dislike, no matter how much I dislike the man, he is in his power to do what it is right for his content.
Yeah. And if anyone on the side that, are friends with Yobi or hates Antoine wants to come at me for that, come at me, bro. I don't care. I stand up for people utilizing the DMCA the way it needs to, and I go against people that abuse the system, and I go against people that straight up fucking steals content. So you are within you're within my crosshouse of someone to go at. Give me a reason. So that's all I gotta say.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But it's like I could get.
Though I do question a person who's anti-MGTOW when you actually look at the actual doctrine of MGTOW, which is pretty much 3 different principal strategies, before it became a bastardized version of itself many, many years later, because again, grub hugging and money became a big factor because they saw the actual. The current MGTOWs, they're no more better than the race hustlers. But the core principal practice strategies, only 3: instilling masculinity in men, instilling the femininity in women, and limiting the level of government. That was it. Those are the 3 principles. You ask yourself, one of those 2, which one of those 3 things that you don't like? Having men be men, having women be women, knowing that their roles are what they're supposed to be, and having limited government. If you have issues with those, then I can see why you're an anti-MGTOW. But if perchance you agree to any one of those 3, then technically you kind of fall in the MGTOW kind of category. At least a classical version of a MGTOW.
Yes. And at the end of the day, I really don't. I know that
I was
you
focusing on a dog with a sign on its head, striking out the idea that it doesn't like MGTOWism and really doesn't put a case out there, because again, it's just mirroring channels. It's like, great, you're anti-MGTOW, but I don't know the reason why.
I don't. And I don't even know. I don't know the reason why he's anti-MGTOW. I really don't know, and I really don't even know what his issue with me. Actually, no, I take that back. I do know what his issue with me was. So he became a fan of, and this was an old video that he uploaded and stuff like that. And his beliefs are so all over the fucking place. It's unreal.
Okay,
So,
I swear. Oh, sorry.
Hi, welcome back.
Oh, we were just talking about yobyaxes.
Oh, okay. Well, just real quick, tiny tangent. I swear to fuck, whoever built my fucking room had some weird asshole level sense of humor, because my fucking window perfectly aligns with the setting of the goddamn sun, and I have god rays shining in my fucking face. All right. Anyway, God
all you have to do
damn.
is take pictures of them, and you'll be good. I mean, you can put that
Wow.
in your game, and everybody will love
Anyways,
I have a picture. Hold on.
Yeah. All right. But anyways, no, we were talking about yobyaxes. We've already talked about the whole of it, about how he put up the screenshot he took, and
Oh, cool.
how he went at didn't give us no fucking context.
It's like a mirroring channel, and I don't see
Look,
Yeah.
and I don't this is what I actually told Sparky ultimately. Meh, I don't care.
Yeah.
Because at first I was gonna say, well, Antoine's being kind of a dick, right? But I had that as that was only if.
Time out.
What?
Just hang on. No, I won't. No, time out. I want to put this out there just to prove that Vlad is not always a fucking asshole. Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ, let him speak, and then you could have said that afterwards.
Fine.
Vlad, continue.
I was just saying that me calling him a dick was built upon whether or not the claim that Yobi got permission was true. And from what it all appears, since there's no evidence to it, and Antoine just simply says no, that's not true. I just believe that's not true. So therefore, I'm even going to take back the whole like Antoine's being a dick, because to me it's just boring and I don't really care.
Yeah.
Like, it's like,
even if Antoine did give the permission to do so and then reconsidered afterwards, he is in his power to do so.
Yeah, I know. Like, I'm not. Like, the thing is, it's like it's an here's the thing. It's just an irrelevant, like weird point of view I have. Right? I would never. By the way, like when I say that, by the way, I'll make this very clear. Right? Let's say that happened. I wouldn't. When I say Antoine being a dick, I wouldn't say like I would go on Twitter and be like, "Yo, you're a dick for doing this." I would not do that. It's just I would disagree with him doing that, and that's it. Right,
but
that
doesn't
again, matter.
We both agree that Antoine can be a dick.
Well, and let's put this into further put a light, because I want to put this out there because I know how Antoine can act, and I do call him out whenever he acts a little bit childish at times, and yes, he does act childish at times. But whenever Yobi put this out there, he put this out there with no context. It was no context of there was, we didn't know it was a mirror. We didn't know what the video was about. We didn't know it was a video that he critiqued and transformed or anything like that. We had no idea. He just put it out there, hey, I got struck, and it was Antoine that struck me. That's all he put out there. And to Vlad's credit, as much as Antoine and Vlad do not like each other, Vlad laughed about it in the Discord, but then immediately afterwards came up to me and was like, hey, is this true, or do you know anything about this? And then me and Vlad went through and we did some investigations, and after we looked through it, it's like, no, it's a mirror. It's whatever.
Well, yeah,
I did explicitly write allegedly for the record too. So in my opening message.
So and I'm doing this for a reason, because of Antoine. And I'm only doing this because of Antoine. Because I know you and him have beef. It's whatever. I don't care what that beef is or what you guys don't like about each other. That is something that if you that right there is something. If you truly, absolutely hated him and did not fucking care about integrity or truth, you probably would have ran with it like anyone else that didn't like him would have done. You actually went through and looked and asked, and that's why I'm putting that out there as a record of. You did your due diligence before you even fucking did anything with it. So I'm giving you a whole lot of credit for that.
But again, I will have to say that Antoine or Matt has his holier than thou type attitude, and it's just fucking stupid. He makes the same fucking amount of mistakes as anybody else, and he's trying to make himself bigger than big just because he got a sponsor. Who the fuck cares?
Wait, he got a sponsor?
Apparently he got a sponsor.
Congratulations. I didn't even know that. I didn't know that.
But he put that
check
on blast.
The meme section.
Yeah. Put that on blast. But,
meme section. Okay.
Oh my God.
The look on your face is...
Well, you do need the extra vitamin D.
Yeah, right.
Oh God, I gotta showcase that. Oh God, that's funny. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Whoever built this extension to the house was a complete dick, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, all right. But I was gonna go into one more thing with Ryobi. I don't even know how he came to dislike, because I know me and him had a lot of back and forth, so he doesn't like me. And I honestly don't know how it fucking come about. I really don't know. I know that he used to be a fan of Antoine's a long ass fucking time ago, and that video that he mirrored was from a long ass fucking time ago. So, I mean,
2019,
could he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that was actually, I don't know. I don't remember if that was that. Yeah, that was. I think that was before the whole bullshit with Tonka and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was. That was before a lot of things. Like that was like I would say like shortly after the the proper villains ended.
Yeah, but anyways, it goes like this. So Yobi's just all over the place and stuff like that. And as soon as the whole thing came out, was it's like we didn't disavow Tonka, and the shit happened on fucking on Caffeinated dying, all the good stuff. We had a lot of hate come towards both me and Antoine. Me because of what happened with Anti-Hero, and then Antoine for coming out and trying to defend me on it, and then that just went down a rabbit hole. Actually, no, it didn't go down a rabbit hole. It went down to fucking cheddar. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what his fucking deal was. And if it's because I liked someone he didn't like, that's like so fucking stupid.
Who? Whose deal?
Yobi.
I'm confused.
Yobi.
Oh, Yobi. Okay, so look. Okay, I'm gonna make this very clear, real quick. Okay, I don't hate Yobi. All right, but I also
I don't hate him either.
Very well.
I don't know. I don't hate Yobi. That's what I'm trying to get. Is I've never been at yobyaxes. I don't even know what his issue was with me. I don't know.
I'm gonna say this, and we're probably gonna completely agree on this. I made one mistake once trusting a Spurg, that being Zell. I'm not making that mistake a second time. Yobi's a Spurg. I'm not gonna blindly trust a Spurg. So, if you catch my meaning there.
No, it's a good
idea.
No,
I get it. That's probably a good thing. And as much as like people want to say I am a Spurg, I at least have some method to my madness. So
yeah, and I'm not a fucking brain dead reactionary tard, and which is why like I'm like, look, if this whole thing with Antoine or the claims of copyright stuff is actually gonna turn into some kind of drama, I want to make sure I have all my ducks in a row and facts in a row. And most importantly, this is the most important part, whether or not I give a shit in a row. Okay? Because like the thing is, it was right out the gate. Like I was like kind of questioning it because I was like, it sounds all great and all, but it just feels off. And I can't just blindly buy this wholesale. I need more. Like I need to think about because the thing is like I don't trust myself to objectively or I should say I don't completely trust myself to be able to objectively come up with a total a well-rounded point of view that involves somebody that I don't necessarily like on the internet, if that makes any sense. So it's like I'd rather talk to somebody else about this. Yeah. So it's like if it was just me, I probably would have came to the same conclusion, especially if I asked the same questions. But it would have taken me a lot longer because I have to like sit down and think about every autistic angle. And also, that's the other thing too. I know piss all about the DMCA process, which was another like key component here. So I even said I think to you directly. I said something like, "Can't anybody do this? I know nothing about DMCA." Yeah,
and like I said, we literally sit there and Vlad watched me in the Discord. I literally went down on Sparky's Tech Corner 2.0, and it was the intro video that you made for me, Rogue. That I struck because I got both videos on both channels, so it's the perfect video. So I went from 2.0. Struck it on the regular Tech Corner and went through, and when it gives you that form, I put in my address, I put in everything, but when it came to the name and it came to the company, I used Matt's full name that was on Yobi's DMCA claim that I put out. And afterwards, it came with confirmation, hey, this person's laying claim to the video. Did not give the channel, did not give the email, basically the person's name. So
that's right.
It's very easy to falsify a fucking DMCA to make someone else look bad. And that's the point I was trying to make. And because the fact Yobi would not give us any fucking information on who was the email from, who was the who was this one? Are you sure it was Matt? Have you talked to him? Will not give us any fucking information. That's why we did that.
And by the way, at the time that was mirrored, I guarantee you 100% that he liked Antoine at that time. Actually, there's another video up there that is mirrored that I think Antoine, for consistency's sake, should take down too if he wants to do this. There's a video.
There's quite a few up there that
Yeah,
he
like
could.
he mirrored Antoine's video against Penoid.
Mhm.
And you know, like, why didn't he take that down? Like, he mirrored everything that was anti-MGTOW that Antoine did. So because at the time he was a fan of Antoine. So he didn't stop being a fan of Antoine until like a year or two ago. So the
And
thing
then he
is,
went against me too. It's like, I don't even know why.
Well, also those videos that Antoine did wasn't really anti-MGTOW. They were just showcasing the hustlers. Because
yeah.
he picked out the hustlers. I'm like, I'm the one that directed him to those hustlers.
well, anti-MGTOW to Yobi, put it that way.
I know.
Well, let's look at it like this. So, yes, Antoine does a lot of videos against MGTOWs, making fun of the stupidity. But you got to look at it like this. Matt himself is also a type of MGTOW. So is Rogue. Is a type of MGTOW. But they go against the wild ass fucking ideas some of these other people have, and that's why they made the videos on them.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's a lot of this is something that I always say anyway. MGTOW has a lot of really good points. One of the major points that a lot of MGTOW people pointed out that I completely agree with 100% because it's kind of just data. It was the claim that the majority of men die horrible deaths at their jobs, and women don't take those kind of jobs, and therefore, they die less. They don't take the dangerous jobs men do, right? And so that's one of the major points that is brought up to say women cannot be that oppressed because women aren't expected to do this dangerous, horrific shit, right?
A lot of them don't. A lot of them don't go into the sewer pits. A lot of them don't pick up the actual trash from point to point. A lot of them don't have countless hours of stressful jobs. I mean,
MGTOW has a lot of really good, structured, intelligent points. The problem is
also you look at it this way: women generally, from birth until their death, have a shit ton of people that they can look up to, role models and shit like that.
Yeah.
Men generally don't. Those role models have been taken away from us,
especially in Canada. But I mean, unless you want to look at Linus as a role model. But aside from that,
no.
But aside from that, no, but the problem is I think is what you're getting at here is that there's a lot of guys in MGTOW that are fucking retards. I think Turd Flinging Monkey is a grand example of
Turd Flinging Monkey, though he has some valid points, but he's a hustler. He will throw as much bullshit to the wall like with the Sandman.
But he's just a feminist, but the other way around. Yeah. So and this is something where Sandman, but no,
don't forget him. He's the starter for the raging MGTOW.
Yeah, now there is one MGTOW guy that I really liked, and I watched a lot of his content. I don't know if he still does it or not. He's like a kind of a fit bald guy that had a bunch of burn marks on him or whatever.
Yeah, I know who you're referring to. See, this is a beautiful thing about MGTOWism in general. It is about going your own way, doing what you need to do, and then walking away completely. Yeah. Unfortunately for the ones who are the hustlers, they stick around for too long, and they're just in it for the money, you can tell. But something like him, I haven't seen him do anything current.
Yeah, but I liked his content because he kept it all simple to the point to swindle me, I didn't feel like there was any weird feminist not feminist, but backwards feminist agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, but it's one of those things where, as I said, and also I went on his channel and I actually wrote out so I discovered him after my kid's mom and I broke up. Right. Yep. And it was a horrific ending and all of that. And so when I watched his channel, I got to I understood a lot of things, he made a lot of things make sense logically for me to be able to go, oh, that's how that works. You know, like what was it called, homogeny, or what was that?
It's so basically it's the factor that a lot of the structures that we have is female orientated.
Yeah.
We have built it to a point from the early 1600 forward, you can say, probably even earlier, that men are bad at all times and women have to be set at a high standard. And they need to be protected. And again, it's the chivalry clauses that exist that the feminists rely on for the most part. But the current feminism has stripped away even that chivalry clauses to the point where the women that they want to be are the most worst idealistic men possible. And they idolize the most worst men possible. And we want the opposite. We want things to kind of go back to what was considered tradition for the most part, if you want to, where women were women and men were men.
Yep. And I want to welcome Jim X to stream. How are you, good
I was
sir?
about to, mention that the old man.
I'm an asshole god. That's what I'm.
I'm
not a man or a woman. I am an asshole god.
Of course you
Well,
are.
So
Jim
are you a
X,
trainee?
I agree with you for once on something.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
Who is my child?
Yeah, pretty much. It's the fact that he's the asshole god that he agrees with it. I mean, I got that.
No,
I
not
sent him
that.
to your. No.
I agree with so when I first watched the stream you guys were on yesterday, I thought you were being like a drunk conspiratorial tinfoil hat tart at first, like accused.
No! At first, when I first saw it, I was like, I didn't notice it. Then as I sobered up, I was like, wait a minute. There's something going on here.
Yeah, well, at first I was like, okay, Jim Max being a conspiracy theorist again. And then as it progressed, I was like, oh, wait, you know what? He has a point. Like, this is fucking weird and stupid. Like,
you know that the problem with 90%, 99% of my conspiracies, they all proven to be true.
Well, did you know that 90% of all percentages are made up on the spot? So there's that.
Yeah, there you go. No, but seriously, Rogue and I were 6 months ahead for the longest fucking time of everybody else. And it was freaking us out. Freaking me out. I don't know about him.
Freaking him at me. I was like, okay, what's the next time we're going to do this? Because I'm curious.
We were fucking just dead on, and like this shit happening, we kind of predicted this too.
Yeah, I mean, look, with the whole Gmail thing, you're right up to a certain point. I'm also right to a certain point. Gmail will actually take away certain things and certain biases that they have. So if it incites violence or whatnot, they'll actually remove it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's reported, maybe, but
no,
even if it's not reported.
There's an algorithm in the software that actually, if it incites violence, it removes it.
It's weird because, like, I've sent and have received so much really horrifically violent videos.
Again, the videos are a little bit different. It's words that it's looking for, not what's attached to it.
Even sometimes visual pictures.
Sometimes
really?
It's very rare, but an embedded video it can't actually look through. If it has an attachment that it can actually see, like source, like a picture, but then that has to be viewed by an actual human being. But most of the time, they have the algorithm do most of the heavy lifting, and it's looking for certain keywords, certain structures.
Fair. I mean, I wasn't willing to go that deeply into it. I was just like,
no. Like I said, I will agree with you that you're right on certain bases, but you also have been misinformed in others. They put that programming in, I want to say, give or take 6 years ago, and I noticed it on certain emails going in and out, and I'm like, oh, interesting. And then other people have been reporting that certain emails that were meant for like 50 people were missing. And yeah, every now and then, if you notice, sometimes you lose an email and you kind of go, why? Why are we missing this email? Why is, this gone?
Hold on. Okay, I have to wait. I just read what Winslayer said, and he's just wrong. He said there is an anime in the game referring to Elden Ring. Elden Ring is anime.
I told him that
They just had this conversation.
We've already had this conversation. I already told him that
eating.
he's completely wrong. That there is references of Berserk in the fucking game. The game is built around the concept of Berserk, which is a fucking anime.
Well, sorry, I was probably gone when that conversation happened.
It's okay.
You were.
Again, it does happen.
But yeah, no, like I hate Elden Ring, and a lot of people think that like I hate Elden Ring and Dark Souls because like I suck at it or something. No, I mean I've actually never even fucking played either one. I hate it on the basis that the moment you showcase me a game with a sword that breaks every single thing that I know to be historically true and breaks the laws of physics, I'm out. Like the moment you have a sword made out of a giant key, for example, I'm out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You immediately have taken me out, and I can't suspend disbelief anymore. Now that I know that's
even.
Yeah, exactly. I can't even. I know that's like slightly a personal thing, right? And that's fine.
Yeah.
But the thing is like that's the basis of why I hate all games like that. I can't do it. And a lot of people say, well, what about Star Wars? It's like, but even Star Wars has like fucking rules. Well, I'm gonna rephrase that. Original Star Wars shit had some rules that they didn't break beyond itself. Like people didn't fly in open space. Okay, in OG Star Wars.
Yeah, that was the that kind of broke everybody's getting out.
Yeah, and also the OG Star Wars had a concept of that's great, known as gravity doesn't work in space. But yet, Star Wars Episode 8, they're dropping bombs in open space. And then I remember Zell and I had a massive yelling match over this because he's like, it's magnets. And I'm like, magnets don't work in open space. Like,
yeah.
And in Star Wars, like the official explanation for that scene is magnetism, by the way. And it's like that doesn't work. Like magnetism only works in a closed. It doesn't work in the open vacuum of space.
Open vacuum of space. I mean, it's the same thing that happened with that bomber that they had in, I think it was episode 2, or no, not episode 2. Episode 8 or something, where what's her face's sister gets killed.
That was 8. That's what I was referring
to.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that was stupid. As well as they use the same principle with Leia. Mary popping herself back into the ship that got blown up. I'm like, really? Come on.
All right, guys. All right, so hang on. Keemstar just put his video out. It's a compilation video. No, I want to see what his fucking take is on the whole deal. I've got it shared.
I'm watching.
I want to see what he says about it. He talks about Drake Paul, drama a lot. He talks about different things, but yeah, he does talk about the whole deal with Quantum. So let's go.
She was drunk! And speaking about drunk, this guy has to be drunk. I don't know what's going on with this guy. Guys, this is the biggest P word in the community. And I'm not talking about, harming children. I'm talking about the other P word. I mean, this guy is known as Quantum TV. And this story has been going on for weeks. I keep seeing these tweets, cover Quantum TV. I can't do an in-depth review of this story, but I'll just tell you what's been going on. Quantum TV is a channel reviewer. He reviews video games, he reviews TV, he reviews tech. He has a channel of over 65,000 subscribers. And here's the thing, Quantum TV did a review on Elden Ring, and it was a horrible review. He was just basically saying to the audience that he's bad at the game. So he gave the game a bad review. Now, obviously, people are going to criticize him for this. A small channel known as Mischief, and I'm saying small channel because at the time, he only had a couple thousand subscribers. Now he has 150,000 subscribers because of this controversy. But anyhow, Mischief uploads a video just clowning on Quantum TV's review of Elden Ring. And you know what he does? Quantum TV flags down the video for copyright, abusing the copyright system. So now everybody's calling out Quantum TV for being such a P. 8 days ago, this video went absolutely viral from Ackman calling out the copyright abuse from Quantum TV. So you know what Quantum TV does next? He calls Ackman's mother.
few
That's
new
right.
light
He called
fixtures
his
and
mommy. He doxed
bought
his mom,
some
called her, and tattled on him.
8,000
Hello, is
moon
this
bulbs.
Ackman's mother? Yeah, this is Quantum TV. Your son's been bullying me online. I mean,
Long
guys,
day.
just think about this, all right?
Yeah.
This guy reviews video
Well, the rest of
games,
you guys.
TVs, like that's his whole channel. He
I know
criticizes
he's watching
products.
the brief
And the
thing from,
minute somebody criticizes him, he illegally flags down their video for copyright. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the biggest P word on this site. And speaking
That's it.
about the P word, man, the
What was-
power
shit, I missed
of
that. I
the
gotta go back
P.
and watch
Yeah,
It's
it was
just
just
too
the highlight.
much. That's right. We're talking about skeet. You know.
That was quick.
It was the highlight. It was just the highlight of. It was just the highlight of what just happened. So this has been an ongoing thing for a couple of weeks. A small channel that had maybe 1,000 people is now pretty close to 150K, all because of Elden Ring.
The thing is, that's all he has to do, and the shitstorm will follow.
No, yeah, no.
That's the thing I've always liked about he knows what he has to do. He doesn't have to go long drawn out.
Yeah.
He just has to
Hey,
go
and
wham
you know
bam,
what?
thank you, ma'am.
Out of all of the fucking people doing this whole deal and bit about Quantum TV, I actually respect his view the most because he brings nothing up about the whole fucking tweets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He brings up the
No,
core
I mean,
issue.
yeah,
brings up the
he
core
went
issue.
right to the point. Yeah.
I might hate Keemstar, but you know what? He's straight to the point on that one. I
No,
respect
he
him for
is.
that.
He really is. I mean, that's I always give it to him. He I always feel like he never covers the story enough, but he covers it just enough to bring the drama down upon the people who essentially
again,
need a
it's
spanking.
enough attention for people to do their own due diligence on the research. That's all they did. That's all he's done. I mean, there's other channels out there that focus on this shit. And look, he focused on one particular channel
And
that
Here's
covered.
here's what I like about the whole deal. QTV is bitching about the whole thing of all these other people are just listening to the other channels. I'm getting a lot. Hey, no, they're watching you. That's the thing. I'm not getting my information from Ant-Man or Mischief or Gripper. I went down to get like screenshots from their videos of conversations between him and those people, but that's it.
Look, after watching that vlog, my conclusion is still the same conclusion. Take the fucking L, get the fuck off.
Move on. Loca.
Pretty much. You're thinking that this controversy is going to bring you the cash. Well, guess what? It's not. If anything, it's hurting your platform, your franchise, your business. You're claiming that you did these DMC takedown for that to protect your property. Well, if anything, you're harming your property. So get off it, move along, take the L.
Pretty much. As long as he shuts up and he doesn't do anything else, he should be.
Look, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid going forward, he takes his L, he enjoys the rest of his life for a bit, probably goes away for a couple of weeks, comes back with a different article or whatever that he does normally, he'll be fine.
Oh, somebody made a fucking clowning video on him. Quantum TV hires Jacques Klaus
Fuck.
as his detective.
Which is
And no one knows who that is. That is the detective from Pink Panther.
again, which probably was him. Yes, I know it was the detective from Pink.
I'm done. Except for anyone else, I knew you got
I
it.
know, but again, it was probably him.
It's funny.
Greatest detective in the world. Beautiful thing is that he shows up in the actual cartoon as the everyday man. So he pretty much fills out the posing character for Pink himself. So, yeah. Classic.
Well, either way, like Keemstar, I don't know, I can't really stand his voice. ultimately.
well, I mean,
Well, I mean,
I like that he was short. It was short and sweet. He didn't make a big deal out of it, and he moved the fuck on, right? I like, but at the same time, I mean, he did better than Act Man, but at the same time, I mean, of course, I'm gonna like side with Keemstar over Act Man because Act Man is far more annoying than half the people on Twitter. Okay?
Well,
Or half the people on YouTube, I mean.
Well, here's the thing: is I've been watching all the takes on the whole situation to see where everyone goes, and you know, I don't find myself agreeing with you a lot, Vlad, but I got to agree with you on the whole deal. They focus more on, oh, he's a bigot, oh, he's a transphobe, oh, he said all these mean things instead of the core issue, oh, he illegally abused the system. And it's like that is like a side note.
Yeah, it is. Like, and it's like it's one of those things where if you want to use all that as evidence for he's an asshole and I don't like him, cool. But if you go into using that as an excuse to get rid of him, you're just moving away from the entire point. And now I'm just bored. Like you know,
I said
it's like
the only reason why I even brought it up is just to prove he's a fucking
actually.
liar.
Do you know who gets to complain about that? Let me tell you who. Anybody who is like an SJW would get to say that. Okay. Like that. That's like all their content is covering people who say that kind of shit. If they came in and said he should be removed for those reasons, because it's all they talk about, fine. But you know, like they care about that as a principle, so it's consistent. Or if it's like, you know, somebody that consistently discusses the problem with the DMCA system, fine. Like I can understand how they would use that as their argument because that's all they talk about. This doesn't apply to the Act Man. Okay, at all. It doesn't apply to him. He doesn't constantly or ever talk about the DMCA shit. I looked at his channel, went through all of his videos. There's no video titled that I could see. There's no video that's titled anywhere referencing the DMCA system. He doesn't constantly sit there, from what I can see, and only talk about, you know, social issues and shit. So him bringing that shit up is just some random gotcha that he, you know, garnered up instead of just being honest and saying, I don't like the guy, here's why he's an asshole, let's get rid of him. Right? That's all I want. If you're going to cancel somebody or try to cancel somebody, as Actman specifically said he wanted to do, then just be fucking honest about it instead of trying to garner the maximum amount of support possible to justify bullshit justifications for something that you're not even being honest about.
Yeah, that's one thing I agree with you on. It's like I don't cover the shit all the time on my channel, but I have covered it, and there are videos. I think I've got them privated because of the fact that I wanted to move away from doing stuff like that. But the more time goes on, the more I want to get back into it now. It's like I might just go back and unprivate those videos and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's actually how I got started into doing this, because you know I'm not trying to fucking justify anything like that, but like I said, whenever I started this channel up, it's primarily a repair channel. Is I take like a computer or a game console, something like that, do some soldering, work on it, fix it, and that's what I did.
God, fuck soldering. Anyway, sorry, continue.
It's all good. It's not my favorite one, but that's what I did, and then I went from there and I moved on because I wanted to get into. I was trying to figure out what I want to do and how. It's basically just experimenting with the platform because never done videos before. Worked on doing those repair videos, and I liked it. It's like then I finally was able to discover OBS, and then that opened up a lot of things that I could do. Then. Well, I didn't know about it because here's how my repair videos went. No, here's exactly how my repair videos went. I took a camera recorded everything I did, and then took the footages, put it into an editor, sped up the video on parts I was working on, and edited it together. Those were my videos. And then whenever I finally found out about OBS, I can do this from my computer. Got a webcam, got a microphone, and went from there and started doing that. And then that opened up a lot more routes that I could take. It's like, I want to go through and start doing, because, I liked a lot of Sid Alpha's videos. I hate him now, but I liked a lot of Sid Alpha's videos back then. It's like, I want to get into stuff like this. And one of my first things I got into was the whole Alex Mao DMCA bullshit. And that's why I started coming across it. It's like, yeah, no, it's like, I don't appreciate people abusing the DMCA. And from there, I went through and did my due diligence. And I learned everything about the DMCA as I could back then. I just kept learning and gaining onto my knowledge of, this is what it is, this is what it encompasses, this is, the right ways and the wrong ways to do it. And I disagree with people abusing it in the wrong way. That's why I started talking about it and doing videos like that. I haven't done a lot of videos, but I do bring it up, and it is one of the things. And ever since last year, it's all good. But ever since last year, when I actually myself personally got affected by it, it's completely changed my viewpoint of it. And it's like, now I come to really despise people doing that shit. So,
like, I want to point out one thing that does bother me though about this whole discussion.
What?
That I get so fucking pissed whenever I hear this.
Okay.
Like, he's ban evading. Like, it's like, I don't care. I actually really don't give a shit. I could not give two fucks. Like, the reason why I don't care is because if every single one of these people, all of them, if they thought they could get banned and get away with evading that ban with a new account, guess what? They would fucking do it in a heartbeat if they thought there was a chance they could recoup the money they lost. Every one of them would do it. Like, this idea that, like, it's somehow morally abhorrent for him to be ban evading whenever they would do it too is super annoying to me. Like, it is so like fundamentally hypocritical. Like, if that wasn't the rule in the TOS, everybody would fucking ban it.
See, I have kind of a differing point, and Ro can back me up on this because we've had plenty of discussions afterwards on the whole deal. Because this got brought up whenever my channel was under attack. Because, even then, it's even stated. Whenever my channel got taken down, it's like, you can't make another channel, you can't do this, you can't do that. And it's like, I am a stickler for the rules. And me and Rogue even had a conversation. I don't know what to do anymore. I guess I'll just stop on the YouTube BS. And Rogue's like, well, I mean, you can always come on and do stuff with me, or I'll make you a channel and it'll be my channel and you can do stuff on it. Doing stuff like that is like, I really don't know. I want to see what happens with the whole DMCA bullshit first, because I wasn't down and out yet. Yeah, my channel was gone. Yes, I made up another channel, but I was still in the processes of fighting it. So I didn't get that final word from YouTube saying, no, you're not on the right, your channel's gone, that's it, goodbye. I was still in the waiting period of, what are they going to do? Are they going to return this? Are they going to do something else? I didn't know at the time. So yeah, I made 2.0 to continue on what I was doing, because I still felt like I was in the right. I was still going through and fighting this spurious claim, and I did it so I can have a voice out there to explain, hey, this is what's going on. But all honestly, and I would say this in the video yesterday, and I stated this to Rogue, is like, if it came back and says, no, your channel's gone forever, you can't get it back, I probably would just stop doing YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, and that's fine. Like, as I said, I'm not as I said, everybody, if they thought they could get away with it, they would, right? Now, you wouldn't care if you could get away with it or not. And there are a few depressive people like that, because that's like a very depressing thing to say. But the thing is that, yeah, like, there are people.
No, I would. Go ahead.
I would say, like even if you thought you could get away with it, I mean, like, yeah, you could make the argument of, well, I still may not do it because, like, why put in the amount of effort if this shit's gonna happen, right? But that's kind of a different situation. But I can kind of understand what you're saying there. I mean, me personally, if I was being targeted like that, like, by somebody, I just do it more and more and more. Like, I would become like a hard-headed asshole and make more channels and have like 5 of them. Like,
well, I mean, it's one of those deals of the whole fact of, is like, there's a loophole around this. I can't make content on the platform, and Rogue pointed this out. I was like, you're not making content on the platform. You're on here with me doing stuff on my channel. And it's like,
right.
Okay. It's like,
yeah, and the thing is too with this though, you did violate TA to us technically. And that's the thing that I'm kind of making the point of is like your channel got taken down. You did make another account. You did ban evade.
Right.
Now, the beauty of this is that people will do whatever they feel justified in doing, which is kind of the point that I'm making. And
well,
if they know they can get away with it too.
And I do understand that, but the thing is I was still in the appeals process.
True.
If it would came out and they
But-
said if they were, and yes, I know it's probably an excuse. It actually is an excuse. You can say I probably was banning that for about a month or two. That's fine. I'll take that.
I'm not
L.
adding
It's-
moral weight to it, by the way.
Well, no, I
Again,
understand.
You're
I
being
understand that.
honest in taking that in consideration. So that is an L that you're taking, even it might be a lowercase version of it, but still an L.
Yeah, but the way I looked at it is that I was still in the appeals process, and they have not given me the final no.
Oh, no.
That's what I was looking at. So, if they would came back and said no, I'd be like, okay, delete 2.0.
But can I make a point though? I do
Yes.
think inevitably, even if you said at the time that like you probably would just stop making YouTube videos if they did decide against you, right? I think that the reason why you felt that way is because I think you would feel deflated, like you lost unfairly, right? Like somebody cheated and then you got cheated out of it, right?
That's exactly how it would have been.
Yeah, exactly, and I can understand that, but on the other side of the coin, I think eventually you probably would have made another channel anyway in the future, and I mean, like, and I'm not saying that like to be me. I mean, something like imagine if that happened and the QTV thing happened, right? I bet you would have at this time made another channel anyway to discuss this if there was no other way for you to discuss it. Like it would have happened, and like it's one of those things where it's like there's no shame in admitting that because like personally I think the rule is stupid to begin with.
Well, see, here's the thing. Yes, and no. I would have wanted to discuss this with people and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, if the channel would have said no, YouTube would have said no, your channel's gone. I've got other means of doing it. It's like Rogue reached out. I was like, yeah, I've got a channel with 3,000 subs on it. I can put your videos on that, and you can get your message out that way. Same with Pin. Same Antoine did that. I had people that reached out to me. He's like, no, we can help you get your message out there. So it's one of those deals of, yeah, I would have felt defeated and deflated, and I probably wouldn't have done it because it's like, look, I do this for fun. Now, I absolutely do this for fun. It would be a lie to say I wouldn't feel anything by losing 500 subs. I want 4 to 5 years to fucking rack up. And yes, I know that is not a miraculous achievement. It's very minuscule, but for someone like
but it's an
me,
achievement nonetheless. Most people haven't. Most people in the first year haven't when they got that far.
yeah. So for someone like me that just comes on here to do this for fun, I don't hit the algorithm the right way. I don't make videos the right length of time. I don't use the proper fucking tags or hashtags. I don't do the correct fucking marketing for it. I just get on here, hit live, and come on and talk and do my thing. Or if I have if I want to play a game, yeah, I'll fucking stream a game. Or if I have something I want to work on and want to make a video on it, I'll do it. That's what I do. So, I mean, for the fact that I do it for fun is one thing. But another thing is like looking at 5 years worth of work, all the live streams and videos just going down the toilet. Yeah, would have been severely depressing. I've been like, what's the point of it? There's far better things I can do with my time than get on and do this. And honestly, there is a lot better things I could probably do if I wanted to besides this. So it would have been a motivator to go into another direction for me and not do anything online anymore. But at the same time, yeah, it would have been depressing. I would still probably get on with Rogue on Twitch and all that other good stuff. Or
you had
Antoine,
access
or a couple
to
other
a
people.
YouTube session that really does much. I had multiple different accounts. So yeah, it was like here, I have something that you could use.
Yeah, which actually now I'm glad I haven't used yet because the whole fact of you getting hacked on to get a shit.
But Honestly,
Because the hacker hacked.
The funny thing is, those accounts were fine. The only thing that got hacked realistically was Discord, and I'm like, okay, it's Discord.
But hang on, no. The password and the login username was on Discord that you gave me. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh yeah, no. The beautiful thing, they never use those.
Well, meanwhile, my channel, which was doing really well, by the way, after I got my last community strike, like the amount of impressions I used to get has like fucking less or more than halved.
Yeah,
and I put a lot of work. Yeah, I put a lot of work in every single video, and then abruptly I'm having issues even getting past 50 views, where my average was about, like 150-ish, right?
Well,
and
here's what I'm looking at too, and by all means, don't think I'm bitching about this, but I am really calling into question. It's like I don't know what's up with this channel or not, because it does feel like it is getting throttled, because whenever
I'll see you guys.
Oh,
later.
yeah.
I get going. Bye.
You talk
All
about
right.
it, Jim.
Yeah, see you, Jim.
on at the theater.
But it's like this: it's whenever somebody can just make a channel, or has a channel out there, and it's like some of the people talking about the quantum TV bullshit. It's like, yeah, I've got my takes on it. I've got them out there. And I've actually went through the due diligence. I've looked at all the tags. I've looked at all the hashtags. I've looked at what are the hot buzzwords going around with this whole thing, and utilized those within the videos I made. I even went through and I did proper editing on a fucking video yesterday, which I don't hardly do. It's good enough. I got a compliment from Rogue on it.
Yeah, you did an actual pre-intro. I was like, oh my god. That's professionalism. My dear God, what's going on here, Sparky?
Yeah, it's like and all the other good stuff, but it's like I went through and did all that, and I'm sitting here looking at my video, and like I said, don't think of this as a bitch or not, but I'm sitting on oh wow, all right, never mind. I might take back what I said. So,
What?
I got 101 views on the video I made yesterday, and 99 views on the stream yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanna know what's really dumb? I have a similar issue like with QTV has been doing, but with CBS. If you remember correctly, was garnering like really quick, really fast, a lot of hyper growth and viewership. I had a stream, or not stream, but I had a stream. I had a series of videos I was making to the everything's going to be all white incident, right? Where I was going through and watching every episode I was going to.
Did you get a chance to do it?
They DMCA'd part 2 and 3 that I did, and it was fair use. And they claimed that I was just mirroring the videos.
Yeah, no, they will do that. So YouTube, like it or not, it's very left leaning, and I mean really left leaning. And so they will put you into a bannable list or a blacklist.
No, it wasn't YouTube. This is the fun part.
No, but again, YouTube has its own different prerogatives, and then you have the other channels that do it as well.
Dude, it was actually okay. So here was what they did.
Okay.
I had to file my appeal with CBS.
Yeah.
And CBS, like what they allowed the people that did the strike to decide whether or not the strike goes through.
Yeah.
And YouTube would not allow me to use them as a moderator for the incident, which is just, come on, like that's stupid.
So the history of YouTube before it actually kind of made some massive changes in that. It used to be more about the actual content creator than the actual legacy media, but somewhere in the years of YouTube as it was growing, legacy media wanted to have more control over the market. When I say legacy media, we're talking about paper, news outlets, and a few other different things. So anything that YouTube does currently is because of what the legacy media has presented it. So YouTube wants to be legit, and any form of social media that deals with vlogging that wants to be in the same lineage as legacy media. Why do you think they have algorithms that pushes legacy media to the highest level? Why do you think they have certain protocols that is really focused on defending anything that legacy media does? So if legacy media did exactly the same thing, critique this, but it happened to Republican thing, and they decided to critique it, they'd be in their justification to do so, and the Republicans couldn't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
All they do in this case, they viewed you, CBS, and the people who was attached to this program viewed you no better than a Republican. So they used all the different tricks of the trades in order to stifle your creativity.
Well, you know what's really bad about all of this? You wouldn't believe me saying it, but whatever. I'm mostly a moderate.
Again,
I would vote Democrat if I thought the Democrat was a moderate and had reasonable points of view. I don't care about political ideology that hard.
Correct. But unfortunately for people who kind of lean to the extreme left, they think that the politics is part of their ideology and their religion that they need to uphold. And even though they don't really have an actual religion, their religion is their speeches, their identity. And so you can see that there's a lot more YouTube channels out there that focuses heavily on left-leaning material. If perchance there's something that berates them in some way, makes them look bad, they'll find a way to blacklist it. They'll find a way to remove it off the internet if they can.
See, and I'm gonna post another picture and meme thing. I made a paint picture, and when I was arguing with somebody on the internet, and I said if the political spectrum was a linear line, because this person was a hardcore lefty, I said this would be you, and I made this diagram out, and my argument is that these people, and this happens to the right too, but it's very frequent for the left, is when you go so far left, everything right of you is considered right wing or conservative or Nazi, right? And I've seen, and this is insane to me, extreme progressive libtards hardcore call lefties that are on the left Nazis. And these people these are people that I don't agree with on a lot of things, but they're just moderate lefties. And the thing is and here's the thing, I voted for Obama in 2012, right? Because at the time,
how dare you?
Well, part of that
time out. So I've been going through the comments because I honestly forget to go through the comments on most of my videos. But I'm going through the comments, and 9 months ago on Re-Caffeinated was Sparky, Pin and Friends, episode 68. Yeah, I'm just reading this because I know you probably haven't seen it, but I like this, and this Istar posts on that video. Piss off, Rogue. You're running your mouth about something you have no idea about because you're not part of it. You have no idea what. You have no idea about the back end walks that has been done. Either watch or don't. Simple as that. And I think we were talking about, one of her Twitch videos that she was playing the game. I think it was 7 Days to Die or something like that.
Probably.
Okay. Right.
Oh, hot take? Don't fucking care.
Right. I felt I'm not gonna lie. I felt my brain cells leach out of my eye socket when I was hearing that. Who cares? First off, I'm gonna make a really. Actually, you know what? Here's a fucking hot take. It takes no work to stream. Yeah, I said that. Okay.
It is true. It does take for.
No. It's not that. It was. I can't remember. Hang on. I'm curious now what we were talking about.
Yeah, but no, seriously, So it's like what the quartering does, all right? What he does is low effort. He basically technically just makes streaming videos, but it's recorded, because he puts no work into it. I spend like 4 to 6 hours and sometimes 8 or 9, depending on how big the video is, editing every one of my videos with like fucking meticulous perfectionism in my brain. Like I want it to look as good as I possibly can. Every single picture that I put on the screen, for example, I give a specific animation to and have a specific pattern that I like to maintain in my editing that I slightly moderate. I go out of my way to autistically make every one of my videos, and all these people do is fucking stream all day.
No. Hang on. No, I know what it's about. I know what it's about now. Okay, no, it was it's KG's game that he's playing with him, and it was being simulcast stream on Istro's and KG stream, and you criticized the way they had it been set up. That's what it was about.
Yeah, okay, and I can tell you, frankly, they failed on all fronts, because the only stream that seems to have any form of attention at the moment is Ishtar, and she does it far better than both KG, who is the actual DM, and the person who is supposed to be playing alongside with them, who LARPs poorly when that's Matt. So,
well, I just seen the comment. I'm like, I haven't seen this before.
Like I said,
is that what was this about? What is this about? Okay, I got it now.
But again,
we got to it 40 episodes later.
Yeah, I know. So it's like, congratulations. But still, at the end of the day, I have proposed and levied my complaints with KG himself directly, and he's taken a few things in considerations. So
yeah, he's doing a lot better now.
Yeah, but the thing is like all I'm getting at, and this applies to Sparky too, but Sparky I think would admit it doesn't take any effort to stream. That's
the reason why I do it, because I just sit back, hit the button, and bullshit, and it's easy.
all I'm saying is I'm tired of people pretending like it's hard.
No,
right?
It's not.
Doing things live is one of the easier things to do. The only thing that's difficult is what's going to be coming out of that person's mouth.
Alright, so I can make a slight argument, and when I mean slight, I mean it's like a sliver of an argument. So, like, for instance, I can put two people out there. I can talk about how it could be a little bit difficult streaming. One would be Numbskull, which I haven't heard of him or talked about him for like a couple years now. But Numbskull was somebody who liked to do morning game streams. And what I mean morning game streams, not what you would think it is. He liked to do the whole, like the whole game show thing. So he would reach out to people online, and I was one of the people he reached out to one day. And basically he'd have a whole series of questions, and it was like Jeopardy or something like that, and go through and play different games. Well, he also had a tumultuous fucking OBS setup with everything already pre-programmed, and he had to hit certain buttons as he's going through his stream, and like, all right, this is the answer I gave, this is what it led to, this and that. That could be a little bit difficult. I can admit that one. So the stuff that he was doing, he was editing on the fly and doing stuff out of the stream. He's not just sitting down hitting the button, ain't okay, but live.
Well, but if the moment you're editing a video, you've changed the dynamic. It's no longer just
he was editing live on OBS. So that's one thing. And another thing is like Frog Enough with his Legends of Arceus streams. He has a really nice setup on his gameplays, and he has all the number tickers on the deal. So if he catches I can't remember what it was, like the catches he's done, the type of shinies he has, the amount, the completion of a dex he's done. As soon as like he completes a Pokedex entry, he kind of pauses the game, kind of, and quickly, and one of his editors, because he has somebody helping him with this on the side, will go through and like help change the numbers and stuff like that, and he implements it in the stream as he's along, streaming the game and playing the game. So that's another level to it. It's just not him just like with me. That's like the most laziest thing I can do. Stream capture the game, sit down, and just play the game and talk over it and stuff like that. That's
very
real
native
lazy.
of you there, Sparky.
What I'm saying is I'm trying to compare the two. Me is very lazy. I don't want to put a lot of work into it, and yes, it kind of affects how people look at it. Maybe people aren't interested. For Frog Enough, he puts a lot of work and effort into the stream and his setup, and he's constantly on the fly changing it along with interacting with the audience and playing the game. So it really does depend on what the person's doing compared to everyone else. So that's the slight argument I'll make to that. But
well, there is
from
one
that,
argument I'll make. Here's one. The hardest part about streaming, typically, is getting started. Like, having the OBS settings set up and all that shit in the very beginning. But once you typically have that whole thing set up, like whatever visuals you already have pre-set up on your screen and you have the proper settings set up and all that stuff, it's usually just pressing the button and then people move on from there.
Well, and I've got mine set up. I had mine set up before the whole Camiso's bullshit.
Yeah,
I had mine set up on OBS whenever I go through and record the show. I had it down to a fucking science. Once I hit start, I had the intro preloaded. I had the after credits preloaded. I had the screens preloaded. I had everything preloaded. So whenever I went through and saw it, it just hit start record, start the intro roll through. As soon as the intro roll through and get done, scroll, went over to us. We did everything, and once we got done, hit the outro on it. And when I got done, I had a video. I did not have to edit one single bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's how I did my videos. But there was one caveat to that whole deal. It left a lot of the dead air in. So whenever Camisos started striking the channel, oh, well, you're showing the whole anime. Yeah, technically I am showing the whole anime. But one, you can't see it. Two, you can't hear it. And three, we are actually commentating over bits and pieces of the show. So in order to alleviate that whole bullshit, it's like, alright, fine. We'll get rid of the dead air. No extra sense.
I really I don't know, but bear in mind, I want to make this clear too, because I don't want to try to avoid drama for 20 seconds. What I said isn't just directed at it isn't just directed at Ishtar. This is actually like a very common thing with Twitch streamers lately, especially female Twitch streamers. Like generally, like I've watched them, like the ones that paint their tits and they talk about how hard streaming is. And I'm like, dude, fuck off.
Or have the low.
Oh god.
Or have the arms exposed. Yeah.
Yeah, and then and I remember watching.
If your bitch is applying makeup, get over yourself. That's all I gotta say.
Right. But a lot of them talk about, oh, it's so hard. Like, no, it's not.
No. So this is my criticism of Vamp Candy. Okay, I'll talk about hot take Vamp Candy. I like Vamp Candy. I think she is a nice person to talk to. I've had a lot of kosher conversations with her.
Yeah,
I don't mind her.
Yeah.
I know you gotta go that for him. But she is a nice, decent person, and only thing she really wants to do is just stream and play games, and that's all she wants to do. That's understandable. Why she doesn't involve herself in the drama anymore with Tonka, anything like that. Yeah, that's how she got started. Yes, she continued on with it for a while, but afterwards, she has literally removed herself. She's still in that community. She's still with Tonka. That's all still true.
I've never had an issue with Vamp Candy personally. So,
I don't have an issue. I love her to death. She is a good person. I'm
not going to go that far, but I don't know her enough.
Well,
but I
if you want to love her to death, I mean, how
time out. No. I don't want this misconstrued at the Tonka or anything like that. So
hashtag Tonka.
No. No.
So, are you going to do a wrestle or an MMA fight if he decides to man up?
I have a truck.
Hashtag Tonka sloppy seconds.
I have a truck. So.
Oh, okay. So are you going to do like drag racing with trucks then?
No, it's
monster truck. Oh, monster truck competition. That'd be great.
No, no, no.
Sparky
It's
on one side,
I
Park on the
have
other, 'cause-
no. I have a trunk. It will go thump thump, and then
Oh.
thump 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 thump.
Oh, I see. I get it. I get it.
It's that whole Ron Wright joke.
Yeah. No,
It's like, ooh, boom, 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 back up, ooh,
yeah,
boom,
no,
boom,
I
boom,
got it.
boom,
Yeah.
go forward, bum, 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 bum. That's how I would fight. So,
Yeah, I know.
but no, and yes, I know it's like Dragon Talk. I don't care. It's I'm joking. If you can't take a joke, fuck off. But no, I've had hours long conversations with Vamp Candy, and it's like she's a really open, sociable person, and she does not mind opening up and talking about stuff. And actually, she is a decent fucking human being, and that's all I'm saying.
So what you're saying is, you cheated on Captain Hook. That's what we're hearing right now.
Actually, no. Actually, no. Her and Captain Hook have had a couple hour-long conversations themselves too.
Oh, so you're a cuck? Okay. All right.
So basically, what he's actually admitting to is he has the Will Smith open relationship.
Keep your wife's name out of your mouth.
Why do you guys gotta take this in such weird fucking directions? Anyways, no. What I'm saying is one of my critiques about her on her streaming is that she will not stream until she puts on her fucking makeup. And it will literally take her about an hour to an hour and a half to put her makeup on. And she will not stream.
That seems like almost every girl thing to do.
Yes, I know, but she will not stream until she does that. And I'm sitting there going, it's like, why do you do this? It's like so fucking unnecessary. It's like, people don't, it's like, who cares? And literally that's like my only critique on her. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, like I said, women are weird.
But I mean, but besides from that, it's like, I mean, I get what you're coming from, and yeah, it's like it's one of the laziest things you can do. Aside from like editing, and really, it really depends on the program you got. So, for instance, the program I used to have, Adobe Premiere Elements. That's what I started. Well, it is a really good program, and that's the program I started out with.
But it's also a very complicated program.
No. Adobe Premiere is complicated. Premiere Elements is actually really simple.
Okay, well, hold on. Oh, okay. I'm gonna be all pure. I use fucking After Effects. Okay. So,
Yeah, I know.
Like, why are we going on about Element? Why? Just use Premiere Pro.
I hate it.
I'm like, why?
I don't
teach their own. Some people find the program a little daunting, others don't. It is.
I don't.
There's a lot of different.
Captain Hook knows how to use all the Adobe programs, and she has all the Adobe programs on her fucking computer.
She's probably a lot better at it than I am. Don't get me wrong. I'm not.
She is a lot better at it than I am. That's for damn sure.
I'm gonna make this very clear. I gotta say, like, I would argue that I'm probably like, what's the term here? There's a word I'm looking for here. I'm not a noob, but like slightly above noob. There's a term for that, and I can't remember what it is. But yeah, like I'm slightly better than a noob when it comes to the software. I'm not in any way like on like Batman drawing.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. But what I'm coming to it from is the way I edit my videos and the way I do my videos, I don't need a lot. I just need a way to be able to put the clips together, cut them up the way I need to, adjust the audio levels, and do some fine other things. That's it. And that's the way I've done all my videos before. And honestly, whenever YouTube was a thing back in 2007 and 8, I did a lot of AMV videos, animated music videos. And I would rip shows that I liked and cut them up and put music to them. I've got a lot of compliments on them.
Have you ever watched
I did.
Hell Zero?
Huh?
Did you ever watch AMV Hell Zero?
No.
You should.
I'll look at it. But I done a lot of AMV clips. I've got a lot of compliments on them. What I use the fucking Microsoft video editor to make those.
Jeez.
Very, very simple, fucking basic program, and that's why I was used to using. And whenever I started getting to YouTube around 2017, it was no longer a thing. It was no longer available. It was no longer around. It's like,
Dude,
fuck, what am I gonna do?
Okay, Han, I can mock you for that, but I'm not. I'm gonna tell you something funny. I have it on my Windows XP machine. Like I
Well, it was on 7. It was on 7 for crying out loud.
Yeah, but no, I have the OG Windows XP version. I went through autistic lengths to find on the internet for my Windows XP computer. Like I went out of my way. Actually, one of the videos on my YouTube channel, which I never advertised this, but it was an emergency. I actually edited on my Windows XP computer using their software from Windows XP era because my computer was down.
Yeah, well, and I'm not criticizing it. I loved the program and I wanted it, but whenever I went through to go make videos, it was one of those things of I had my computer set up and everything like that, running Windows 10 at the time. I didn't think about, they removed. I didn't know that. So whenever I started getting to my YouTube stuff and making it, and I started recording videos, I went to go edit it. It's like, okay, what's the looking for it? Wait, what is it? I can't find it. And then looking online, they removed it with the Windows 10 version. I'm like, fuck!
Well, actually, no, they didn't remove it. They put it behind a paywall.
Yeah, they did.
Actually.
Well, I didn't know that at the time, and I have a program that disables Microsoft
App Store.
Yeah, I have a program that blocks all the features that Windows has.
Yeah, I use the
Spybot.
Ameliorated. I can never pronounce that fucking word. Ameliorate. Yeah, that's it. Ameliorated. God damn, that's a stupid fucking word.
It's a big word to you.
Yeah,
but,
no, I've used the word, or not used the word. I've seen the word. I've heard it said a million times, and for some, it's like a tongue twister word that my tongue gets stuck on every time I try to say it. But I use the short version is AME. And apparently Microsoft shut that shit down, but not before I had a copy. And I went and backed it up on multiple things because.
No.
The only thing I can say about that there, Vlad, is that I will give you at least 50 points for an autistic Spurk trying to say that word. Congratulations.
But no, it's like, so I went to go look for a video editor, and I think I spent a good week looking around for one. And you gotta remember, it's like I didn't do a lot of shit online. I didn't have a Twitter at the time. I just started up a fucking YouTube account. Discord was not a thing for me. This was just, open up, box, computer, everything was there, and it's like, okay, made a YouTube account. That's as far as my knowledge went back then.
What do you use now, by the way?
I use the same fucking computer.
No, I mean,
he meant like editing programs.
Oh, I use a software called Filmora.
Okay, because I had a friend of mine that used Sony Vegas, and I bullied him for years until he used fucking Adobe. Sony Vegas sucks. All right, that's the shittiest editing software ever.
I've only used 3 editing softwares. I said Microsoft Video Editor when it was a thing, and then whenever I went through, I needed a program.
Still better than Sony, but yeah,
it's still better. I'll will admit to that one. But I went through and went to go find editing software, so I didn't look online. I didn't think about buying stuff online or anything like that. So I went to Best Buy, Walmart, and all the other places to look around, and I found. I wanted Premiere, and I wanted to try mess around with Premiere, and I found it, but it was like Premiere Elements. It's like, and I didn't know what it was. I got to look into. Well, this does everything I want to do, so I got it, bought it, took it home, and come to find out, I bought the student teacher version.
Pirate Bay.
Well, I don't do Pirate Bay, but
I'm a pirate.
No, time out. I'm trying to explain my funny fucking entrance to fucking Adobe Premiere Elements. So I bought the student teacher version. So Rogue knows why I'm gonna go with this because I heard his voice.
Because I have the pro version, but you perchance got the autistic version. Congratulations, by the way.
Well, I bought it, And I went to go install it, and then it wanted a weird fucking. It didn't just want the product key; it wanted a student ID key. And I'm sitting there going, "It's like, what is this about?" I got to looking, and it's like, since it's a student teacher version, and it's meant for like colleges and stuff like that for use on like computers. I didn't know anything about this at the time, so I called up Adobe. And I think I was on the phone for about 2 or 3 fucking hours trying to figure out what it was. And it's like, oh yeah, no, you bought the wrong version of it. It's like, well, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's like, it's essentially the same thing, but you bought the wrong version of it. It's like, so how do I correct this? Because it's like, what do I do? It's like, well, unfortunately, you can't use it. What? It's like, well, you gotta buy the non-student teacher version. And it's like, why? It's like, well, because it's sold at a discounted rate. And it's like, it was only $5 cheaper.
Emilio rate.
well-
That's it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I had to go back, return it, explain what happened. They wanted to argue with me. Finally was able to get exchange. Like, dude, I messed up. I didn't mean to buy this. I want to buy this. They sold it to me, brought it home, and that's what I used for the time. Well, anyways, afterwards, I've used Adobe Premiere Elements ever since for everything. Well, after the whole bullshit last year with Camisos, I came up with the whole thing of I'm just gonna remove the dead air because I remove portions of the show that really are not needed. I've got the counter there. They know where the show's at. It's destroyed. I just more coverability for my ass. So I was like, oh, it's no big deal. I'll remove the dead air. Do you know how fucking complicated that is to do manually?
It's not. Like, so do you know what I do with my videos, Sparky?
Time out. It's not. No, time out. It's not that hard to do. I'm gonna admit, it's not that hard to do. But when you over have a couple hundred fucking videos to edit,
it's tedious, I think, is what you're saying.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, tedious, not complicated. It's easy to do. It's just a very fucking tedious and daunting.
I 100% get that. Like with my videos, do you know what I cut out the most of? Breathing.
Oh.
You're close.
Well, I mean,
I cut out,
same here.
every time I do this or whatever, like sound, like breathing sound, I have to cut it out. I cut out any ums, or I use like a weird word when I say things like right or stuff like that. Like I'll cut out like random weird filler words that I sometimes use.
Well,
but
at this point,
I go
is
through
my
a lot of
mantra,
effort.
so yeah. At this point, is my mantra, so I'm not gonna edit that
What
out
is?
because I always say all the time.
Yeah.
But
Or.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I don't care.
But ultimately, I go like I'll record a video, right? And like let's say it's a response video. Chances are that is going to be the recording is going to be anywhere between 40 minutes and between 40 minutes and 120 minutes long, like extremely long. And then I'm having to cut so much shit. So like, and then usually that anywhere from 40 minutes to 2 hours is cut down to usually like 6 minutes, maybe 10 if I'm lucky. So I go through a shit ton of effort cutting things down. I'll cut down entire words, cut myself to the point.
Well,
because I'm a rambling fuck.
So, and this is why I'm gonna explain this one too. So, I started going through the processes of removing the dead air, and I think I got about 20 videos in. And once I got 20 videos in, it's like I am so over this shit. So I asked Rose, like, is there any way to do this, or can you do this? Oh yeah, there's a way. And it's like, so I commissioned him, and then I got to look around, and he's like, oh no, I got a software that does this. Like, wait, the software that does this? And I didn't want to ask him straight out because I was asking him for a favor to do it, and I was paying him. So I was like, I'm not gonna ask him what program he uses. It's kind of a dick move. So I'll go look around.
No, you could have asked me the thing. I mean,
well, I didn't want to because it was a dick move. I thought.
I was willing. Hey, I was willing to do this thing for free. You were willing to pay me, and I gave you the most lowball payment possible. I'm like, okay. Normally, you would go by per video, so here it is. So you look good, and then you're helping a friend up, but you could just ask him the question: what software are you using? I would have told you the software that I use.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I ended up getting the exact software they uses, but I looked for it, and the software is it's called Filmora, and it's from Wondershare Creative.
Yeah, Wondershare for more is a middle kind of the road kind of software, but it does have a lot of different features that they've been adding on.
You gotta pay for it. That's the only problem. You can use the software, and it's free to use just editing software, and yes, it will put a watermark down the corner for it. But some of the features are Xnate on it. One of the features I really wanted is called silent detection. And the way it works, and I fucking love it. You can put it in there how many seconds after and how many seconds before it detects silence it wants it to cut out. So you can have it as quick as just right there, beat to beat, or as quick as what I do on my STC videos, about 2.5 seconds. So 2.5 seconds after I stop talking to 2.5 seconds to after someone else starts talking. That's the portions I want to cut out. And I do that for a fact of, if you do it any quicker than that, the show goes by so fast, and then we jump around on topics during the show, so it's like, it doesn't make sense, so you gotta put that gap in there. But for like the video I did yesterday on Quantum TV, I basically had the trigger set to 0.5 seconds before and after. And the whole entire recording that I've done before and after was about an hour and 20 minutes. And just by doing that simple cutting out of, 0.5 before and 0.5 after, reduce that entire video down to around 50 minutes. So
there is a way to get Adobe to actually do that, but it's a little bit more complicated.
You can't do it on Elements. You can do it on Premiere Pro. You can't do it on Elements.
But there is a few other steps that you have to deal with in order to get it to get. For the Wondershare version of it, when you do that for the first time, when it scans through the actual video with all the cuts that you would like to have for the silence, it pulls it up. Like, it actually cuts out all those different pieces, so you know exactly where they are, and then you can eliminate them, have the machine eliminate them, or you can do it yourself.
Yeah,
your choice either way.
Yeah, and the only bitch I've got about the program so far, it doesn't keep the settings. Every time you start up a new file folder, or what I do is I just copy and like if I'm doing, all right, say for what we are doing, Spine Family, me and Tyler. So what I do is I've got everything already set up. I've got all the templates put in. I've got everything I need. So instead of just starting up a new file and putting everything in, I just open up one of the previous episodes, save it as the episode I'm doing now, delete the video of the previous episode, put it in the new episode, drag it in, and then do all the stuff. But the thing I hate the most is every time you go in there to do the silence detection, it always sets itself back. Doesn't matter if it's saved or not. Sets itself back to the default. And I think that's what you were having issues with when you were helping me edit. It would not save the fucking settings.
Yeah, I learned that over time. Basically, it's a new feature for them. So, with enough complaints and critique going towards them, they will be able to adjust it. But do keep in mind, when I found out the program itself, it's fairly new, or the idea of it.
Yeah, and I love it. That's the only reason why I use Filmora. And it's for that feature, the silent detection feature, because I thought I was only going to use it for STC Watch Club, but oh my god, it fucking works for everything else.
Okay,
and
so
then
Sparky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to change the subject, but I'm going to let you finish. Actually.
Okay. Yeah, and it's the same setup as any other video editing program. And after I messed around with it and learned it, I love it. I like it a lot better than Premiere Elements or even Microsoft Video Editor. I've been going through each time, learning something else with it, learning something new, and each time I learn something new with it, I like it better. I can do the opacity a lot easier than in Premiere. I can do shading, I can do adding stuff and stuff like that. But the only gripe I've got is the settings don't save for the silent detection. And the scroll wheel scrolling through like the timeline is very fucking finicky.
Yes, I know.
As those are my only 2 complaints about the program.
Well,
Trust me, there's others that had similar complaints in that. But before you jump in there, Vlad, I'm leaving YouTube. It's been a pleasure. I'm going away to get something to eat. You guys have fun, as usual. Good night, America. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
See you.
Anyway,
Anyways,
I was
continue.
gonna say something that was that might be helpful. So like one thing I've learned from YouTube, and maybe this is obvious and I'm just slow, but one thing I've learned about YouTube while using it, and this is gonna be like some annoying pseudo compliment to Windslayer for a second, but which is weird, but give me. A second. But one thing I would say is like, what's the most worthless thing you can have when you're being a YouTuber is, believe it or not, viewers. Not, and what I mean by that is people that just show up, click, look at the video, and then move along. Those people are worthless. What you want are people that watch every single thing you do. So sure, you may only get like 1 or 2 viewers per stream while you're streaming, and that one is almost always Windslayer, which is not a knock.
Well, we
not
get
a knock, by the way.
We get Sonic Gold Power Ranger that comes in every now and then.
But it's not but it's not a knock on Windslayer by any means, obviously. But what I'm saying is that's the kind of people you want. You want Windslayers, right? That even when they disagree with you, they're not there to necessarily care about like whether or not they agree with you to the point where they freak the fuck out. You want people that are there to listen to you talk, irrelevant of whether or not they agree with you. And so like I have very few of those that I have on my channel. There's like, I mean, I have more slightly, but I mean, it's taken me, I think I'm on my second year with the Gilded Poo channel now. And I've slowly garnered like a lot of reliable commenters that I always know that these like I think maybe 6 people are going to almost always comment, and I don't know who the fuck they are, but they're always there. and that's what's important. And so like whenever people think like, oh, like including myself, I do this. I think shit, this didn't get the amount of views that it was supposed to get or what I expected. But I feel comfort in knowing that slowly over time I have grown a small following, and there are people that are interested in watching my videos and the content therein, irrelevant of what I say, and people that come in, disagree with me entirely, but they come in rationally, and they're not making like autistic Sparky comments, and I'll respond to them in kind, and we'll have a disagreement, and it's all fun and games. Nobody cares. For example, Windslayer and I earlier disagree completely over Elden Ring, right? But the difference is I'm not going to call him some like dirty, filthy piece of shit because he likes Elden Ring, and then fucking block him in your comment section so I don't have to read his weeby bullshit ever again. No, like we cut it off there, and like I gave my opinion or my point of view, and it's a personal problem anyway, and with me, and so like whatever, it's fine. Nobody cares, right? He's not trying to rape me with Elden Ring anyway. So the thing is like that's kind of the thing you want when you're on YouTube. You don't want like tons of viewers, and also this is the best time to appreciate YouTube is when you have a very small following, because the moment that following starts growing, then shit gets really obnoxious.
You can't keep up with it, and that's I gotta agree with you 100%, and that's why I like such a fucking small following. I can't remember what it was. I think it was during the whole drama bullshit I was going through on. And I did some sort of I did a video, and I was talking about my opinion, shit like that. And yeah, I know sometimes my opinions are kind of flaming and they're haunt and they're kind of all over the place. But I honestly don't remember what it was, but I ended up having like 40 or 50 fucking people in the fucking stream watching. And the comments were going by so fucking fast, and it was like, I don't even know who half the fuck these people are. Why are you here? It's like,
Right.
And I wasn't trying to be mean to everyone, but it's like for the fact that I don't even know who you guys are. I don't even know why you're here. It's like, okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, this is something that, like, is now, granted, of course, you want your channel to grow, but let's be honest here. Like for example, here's the thing I'm afraid of, and I know it's going to happen. I have a few videos on my channel. A couple of them, one of them, I actually have the word nigger in the thumbnail, right? I mean, granted, I use an exclamation point instead of an I, but you know, it's the same thing. It's just basically an upside down I, and so like basically, I did that, you know, because like I was trying to bring attention to a specific point, which was that I don't think what's his face? Oh my god, how can I not remember his fucking name? Shit. Joe Rogan. I don't think he should have apologized for what he did or for previous jokes and stuff like that. Regardless, that was the point of the video. I was trying to bring attention to that. But the thing is, I fear in the future that people are going to look at my shit and then just assume the worst and mass report my fucking shit over that. And so like that's the thing, like that I'm afraid, like legitimately, of growing, but I also know I kind of, in order to grow, or I have to do this in order to grow anyway, and the goal ultimately is to grow. So like I'm stuck in this kind of paradox of liking what I have so far, but then knowing I have to, like, I got to try to grow as a goal, and if I don't, my channel dies, you know, that kind of thing. So like I'm dreading that future.
Well, I mean, you don't have to.
Well, true, but this is why Actman apologized for what he said in the past. This is why What's His Face apologized for what they did in the past. The fucking
that's no. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from now.
Yeah, they didn't apologize because they
felt sorry. They
apologized.
They apologize because they're being viewed by many people, and who knows what opinions those people have, and they can absolutely fucking wreck your shit, especially when enough of them fucking report you. That's kind of what I meant too, because it's like on my videos, like I'll have you, I have Rogue, I have a lot of opinionated people that do not care about fuck all, kind of like me. I don't care about I don't care about any of these words that are being said. I try not to say them because of the simple fact of it's not the fact I'm afraid of them, it's the fact I know other people get triggered by it, and the fact of YouTube doesn't care what my stance is. They care about, oh, they said this. So I know it's kind of hypocritical for me to say don't give power to the word, but then again, I somewhat give power to the word. It's one of those contradictions, and it's one of those things. It's like you don't know how to tippy toe through it. It's one way or another way. And if I want to sit here and say, no, I'm not going to give power to what? But one nigger, which I said it, or same thing with trainee, or same thing with what faggot, I've got to sit here and have a stance on, I'm not going to give the word of power, because as soon as I back down from it, oh no, that's bad, I give it power. But at the same time, it's like, doesn't matter what my stance is on it, the powers to be, you know, YouTube, don't care about that. And all it takes is some SJW faggot to come in, oh my god, he said that word, flag, 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 flag. And you get enough of those people, it becomes a fucking issue. And I get exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm never going to apologize for anything I've ever said. And not because, like, it's some weird principle of never apologize, because, like, I mean, there are things I have apologized for. It is that I'm not going to apologize for statements that I said that were attached to things that I legitimately believed either at the time or currently.
Here's the thing with that one too, is like you will apologize if it's called for, but you will not apologize if it's something that you think is just total utter bullshit and garbage. Like you apologize to me for a lot of the bullshit things that happened in the past. I acknowledge that acknowledgement. You came to me genuinely with it, and it's like, okay, we move on from there. However, the taste you have of what was said, or some of the things I've said back in the past, you won't apologize for it because you firmly fucking believe in it. So, I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is like, you know, in my videos specifically, I've considered, if I ever started to show any significant signs of growth, like unlisting some of my videos, and you know, I'm actually like on the fence about it. Like I'm not entirely sure what I want to do there, because I know like you got like Destiny, which I know a lot of people don't like Destiny, but I do, like mostly. I disagree with him on roughly 40 to 50% of what he says, but whatever. He's a lefty moderate, believe it or not, and that's the only reason why I even agree with him on anything. And the thing is like, he has a Twitter account and he'll mass delete his tweets fairly frequently. And the reason being is because mass flagging campaigns. And that's something where I'm kind of considering, like thinking about like unlisting some of my more edgy videos after a certain time period.
Well, see, I had to do the same thing on fucking Twitter. And this all happened after the whole Joe Biden gun office bit and stuff like that. And yeah, I've had a lot of hot takes on Twitter that I don't apologize for, and I firmly believe, like one of them, with the Summer of Love and people blocking traffic and stuff like that. And my take on that is, if you're a protester, I don't care what you're protesting for. I don't care if you're for the right, and I don't care if you're for the left. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you're justified in it. If you block traffic in the middle of a fucking freeway, I'm sorry, I'm looking at you as a speed bump.
Yeah.
And one of my tweets got flagged, and I ended up getting suspended for a time. And it's like the only time I ever got fucking suspended on Twitter. And that was a tweet I made 2 fucking years ago. And I'm sitting there going this, and it's like, this was a tweet 2 years ago. People are going back through my timeline to go through and try to flag it for something. Okay, no, I know where this is going, and I did it. I basically wiped my whole fucking... I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. Because I don't... For one, I don't believe in it, and 2, I want to keep up some of the stuff I posted, because some of the things I posted, I want to keep around. But it's like, at the same time, it's like, if I'm going to have people that's got to go through my timeline to flag it, to get rid of me, well, if they get rid of me, they got me off the platform now, and everything that I worked for on Twitter is now gone. So, might as well do some corrective... I might as well scuttle the ship myself and keep what I can, instead of losing everything to some fucking asshole online. So I deleted my whole entire fucking post and made a comment of, yeah, and screen capped the post that got me removed. It's like, I'm not changing my stance on this, but this is from 2 years ago. I got flagged and suspended for a time because of this post. There's somebody going through my Twitter doing this. I'm not calling out, hey, don't flag my shit, or I'm not gonna do anything like that. But if there's people that's gotta be doing shit like that, no, I'm not gonna give you the fucking chance to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird line, because like in a way it is like a form of self-censorship, and I don't really know, and I'm against that. Then what I've come to think I'm probably gonna do in the future, to remedy this, is saying what I want and then adding bleeping sounds, like South Park, and then uploading uncensored versions somewhere else, right? Because like, here's the thing: good luck going to Rumble and mass reporting my shit and expecting anything to fucking happen. Good luck. It's not going to happen. Rumble doesn't care.
Well,
okay?
It's also like this. I mean, if I was really concerned about, I'm not concerned about cuss words. I'll say fuck all day long.
The slurs.
Yeah, it's the slurs that get you the most, and it's like, even then the slur, it's like, it's still bullshit. So I mean, like, if I wanted to be really hypercritical on whenever I saw YouTube, I was like this, and then the further down I went on YouTube, the more I said fuck it. But if I really wanted to be like that, I could do stuff like this. It's like, say you and me go into an argument, and I want to say, Vlad, go fuck yourself. I go like this: Vlad, go yourself. So if I wanted to, you can be creative with it, with all sorts of stuff. You know, like
Yeah.
you know, there's all sorts of creative ways you can do it.
Yeah, like I remember on when I used to watch the Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson. Was a huge fan of that, by the way. Man, how talk shows have died. But anyway, Craig Ferguson used to bleep it out with weird Middle Eastern words, like blah, 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 blah. Like every time he did a cuss word or something, it had some Middle Eastern noise, and if somebody, it was hilarious. And like that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, like I'm not gonna use like a total like I think bleep noises are boring. Like like I'd have to do something else. Yeah, but like maybe a video of some of what I was thinking, like finding some SJW screaming about slurs. And so like have the word like them screaming slur, overlapping me saying a slur or something. Maybe I don't know. But like it's one of those things where ultimately it is a form of self-moderation. But yeah, you're right. There is a way you can do it creatively where it doesn't come off so abrasive and obnoxious. Yeah.
Have you seen any videos from It's a Gundam?
No.
Well, all right. So he's a commentary channel, and yes, his avatar thing and stuff like that is around Gundam and stuff like that.
Dude,
but
I need to get into the commentary shit because I haven't. Like everybody keeps talking about them and it said they're good lolcows. And
some of them can be like Augie, Bo Blacks, Tips. They're good lolcows. It's a Gundam. He's very critical. You see, you got people that's in the commentary community that's like deep down in it, and they're the ones that are the locals. And then you got some of the people that's kind of in the commentary community, but they're outside that will go with the same things that those people are talking about, like stances and beliefs that they have. Yeah, no, it's bullshit to abuse the copyright system, and it's a very weird community. So here's the thing. Augie, this goes back to the whole Suzalu bullshit, but it's relevant for what I'm gonna say. So you had Tipster, Augie, Bo Blacks, and a couple other people within the commentary community going at Suzalu because one, she DMCA'd a creator, even though they forget to mention the part of this was a scuffle that lasted for about a week. The both of them talked it out. Suzalu removed the fucking strike. Everyone went on with their fucking life. That was it. And yeah, she abused the system, but you know what? She also came back. Yeah, I was wrong. I removed the strike. I won't do it again. Stuff like that. Fine. That's all that needed to be said about it. But because she did that and she did commentaries on reactions on anime, they started calling her a fucking content thief. So it went from she abused the DMCA system to now she's a content thief. It's kind of the same pivot that they're doing with Quantum TV, which I will admit, I made that same pivot, but I'm just trying to point out for the fact, like, look, hold you to your same standard. If you truly think that this is, somebody stole your content and you gotta stay on this pedestal, I'm going to judge you on your content the same way you judge others. What's this? What's this? What's this? Now, if Suzalu was stayed on that whole aspect of, oh no, they used my face or they used a clip of my video, I'm copyright striking it, and continue on with the anime stuff, I would have had the same stance because she thinks she's at a higher pedestal than everyone else. She didn't do that. So you have all these people in the commentary community trying to cancel her, trying to go after her, doing the same thing that they blamed her for, false striking her fucking channel, trying to get a hold of anime companies and stuff like that to false strike her channel, get her taken down, and standing on this righteous pedestal of the fact of, oh, she's abusing the copyright system and we're gonna fucking defend it. We're here for people abusing the system and stealing content and stuff like that. However, one of their little fucking not moderators, but one of the fucking little groupies, Bo Blacks, has a archive channel that mirrors content from other YouTubers.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. And they don't say anything about it. Oh, well, here's an archive channel. That's different. So you got the people on the outside ring of the commentary community that agree with the stance of, You should not abuse the DMCA system, and there is such a thing as fair use and all that good stuff. But we'll also call out members within their own community. It's like, yeah, no, you're a hypocritical fucking son of a bitch because, okay, you want to go at her for this and reacting to this, but yet your own fucking co-host has a archive channel that rips whole entire fucking clips from other people's channels to put it on their fucking channel. So it's a very weird mixed bag when you get into commentary community, and you got to kind of know the dynamic of it, and it's muddled as fuck.
Well, I just made a tweet saying, someone give me a list of commentary channels to laugh at.
They'll probably say all of them, but it's
I don't know any of them except one, and I hated the guy immediately. I don't even remember the fucking name of the whole. I gotta go through my shit. Because this guy, like, he's just like, why is it that everybody who has everybody has a commentary channel that I've seen so far is the laziest speakers, right?
Yeah.
Like what I mean is, like, they sound like they're perpetually drunk. Like, they're constantly slurring everything they say. Like, they're not even trying to enunciate words. And it's really, really hard for me to listen, because actually a good example of this would be I found my video, but I didn't put his name in it apparently. He changed his name. Okay.
He probably got a lot of backlash for something.
It's Nagiska is what his name.
Nagiska?
Huh?
Nagiska?
It wasn't what it was before. Not even close. It was Scrimzox originally.
Okay. Oh no, I think I remember that video. I've seen that video.
Yeah, and like he was like an actual clown, and he has the most annoying like voice because he's like he's very lazy with how he speaks, and there's so many like and it's like, come on, just say words properly. Did you not graduate high school? Did your mom drop you on the head too much? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, here's the way the commentary community, there's a lot of people within the commentary community that don't even realize that they are in basically the commentary community. So, like for me and STC Watch Club, I can call it a review channel, I can call it a reactionary channel. It's also an anime commentary channel because we watch anime and we give our commentary on it. It is a form of commentary. So I can say I am within the commentary community of anime. You also got tech commentary. You got people who, they do reviews or they go through and do other stuff. Like, for instance, you can call it a review channel, but it's also a form of commentary. So it really kind of matters what your definition of what commentary is. You also have people that's like within commentary of games. Like Sid Alpha is a game commentary person. He will go through and critique the journalists, he'll critique game players, and he'll critique like Dirty Devs. That's one of the things he does on his show, is the Dirty Devs series. So there's a lot of forms within the commentary community. I guess the most prolific ones that you will hear about or know about, you look at, is like, no, that's commentary community, are the drama commentary commentators. And those are people like Tipster and Augie and Blacks and It's a Gundam and everything else like that, and they will basically commentate and give their opinions on anything that happens either on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, with many different things. It can range from games to other creators to anything at all. And those are the ones that are the locals. Those are the ones you can sit out and point out, because you can point out the blank fucking hypocrisy that they have in it. Like I said, like for me, when I started the YouTube, I liked Sid Alpha. I can't absolutely fucking stand him. And here's my reasons for it. So, have you ever heard of Sid Alpha? Probably not.
No.
Okay. Sid Alpha is he's one of those people. He's a games critiquer. He does all his content spans and stays around the gaming sphere. So he will critique games and stuff like that. Like a couple of his videos he likes to do is he'll critique like Kotaku, or he'll critique games that come out. One of his primary series I like to do is like asset flips. And he will point out asset flips. Like, no, this is a game you don't want to buy because it was made by a creator that's very lazy. He's used these assets, store-bought assets. There's nothing original in it. They put the game together and they put it on the store just to flip it for a couple bucks to make money off of it, or to Ponzi scheme the system, or something like that. Those are the kind of videos he makes. He also makes a series called Dirty Devs. And that is basically like a game developer if they try to go after other YouTubers, like with the whole Alex Mao thing. DMCA struck 100 YouTubers because they played a game that she composed the music of, and her and the game company had a falling out. So in order to get back at the game company, she DMCA struck the video game because it had her music in it, and basically held their channels ransom to get back at the game developer. And that's how the whole Alex Mao thing went. And he'll cover stuff like that, or like with acerthorn, or something like that. It's anything has to do with like game related stuff.
Yeah.
I came to dislike him because he is a total fucking hypocrite at times. So he says he believes in fair use. He hates the DMCA system being abused. And that's his stance on it. He feels like, transformative work, stuff like that. However, and he also says he is the integrity and pride as his traditions within his channel. So you think that somebody claims himself like that goes a long way to make sure that they're straight-laced on every point that they make, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when I started disagreeing with him on, I absolutely fucking started going at him because of this. Again, from the whole Susie Liu bullshit. So he has a friend that is very, very close to, and she is a voice actress that, does some dubs for anime and games and stuff like that. He's very close to this person. He is a friend. So she had a hot take opinion on Susie Liu because she said that basically Susie Liu is stealing her content and taking away from her revenue as a voice actress, because she's putting up content and classifying it as critique and reaction when it's actually just content theft and not transforming out, which was total bullshit. Because she does the exact same thing as I do. She's a little bit more lenient as I am on it, but she does pretty much the same thing I do. And basically she held that stance. And what does said Alpha do? Instead of using pride and integrity to look at the situation of, no, that's actually fair use content. She's transforming and stuff like that. Starts railing against Susie Liu because, oh yeah, she's a content thief. And it's like, you just made yourself into a fucking hypocrite. You believe in fair use and you believe in not abusing the DMCA system, but yet she's clearly making fair use content, yeah, because she DMCA'd one person and then took it back and apologized for it. Now you're going at her as like, oh no, she deserves everything she gets. She abuses the copyright system. She steals content. And it's like, have you even looked at this whole thing objectively? And I started going at him for it. And first one that brought me was a voice actress. She blocked me. Okay, whatever. And then I started poking fun at Sid Alpha. And I legitimately got blocked by Sid Alpha because the simple fact, he made a tweet to Elon Musk saying, hey, whenever you start having tickets for the SpaceX shuttle, put me on the list because I would want to buy one if they're in my price range. And I simply just retweeted his post saying, why in the fuck would Elon Musk care about talking to someone like you? Which, I mean, where am I wrong in that statement? I mean,
right.
It's like, and then he's just like, I was making a joke and you don't understand jokes. You get out of here, you toxic person, and then block me. It's like, What the fuck is that shit? I thought you were a person of integrity and pride. And that's where my disdain for fucking Set Alpha comes from.
Yeah, like it's like similar story with the quartering for me. Like, I mean, like I don't hate him as much as I did once, and I
Same
like
here.
you know like, but there was like one thing I do hate is that like when he started the quartering channel, he said it was gonna be like this open discourse thing. He named it the quartering because he wanted to bring. Well, long story short, he wanted to bring moderate values back to the platform instead of everybody being on all extreme ends of the spectrum, you know, the political spectrum and everything, and that he was gonna, you know, try and be more discourse focused, you know. And then he did that for a while in the very beginning. Like I was subscribed to that channel like pretty much day one, because I used to watch his other channel because I'm a Magic the Gathering nerd, right? And so like, when he started that channel, it was really cool and I liked it. And then it quickly went down the wayside, and he dropped all of the values that he claimed to profess in the very beginning, and also became.
If I remember, time out. If I remember right, and I think I do remember right, I think the whole thing with the quartering and you, and I remember it all started back with I said the round table, so yeah, it's all that bullshit. But still, we did not agree, and it was the whole waypoint. And I think I hopped on the same boat with you on this one, but it was the fact that he was getting attacked because of his stance with Christine Sprinkles. Yeah. And then getting banned and removed from watching and stuff like that. And basically, people going at him trying to destroy his way of making money. And that's what we banded together because we didn't agree with that. And he stayed on that track for a time. And yeah, he did some stuff here and he did some stuff there that we didn't agree with. But so it wasn't that bad and egregious. And I think the turning point was, yeah, I think this is when really everyone within the group really split off from there, was the fact of whenever he had that meetup and he got punched in the face, and he did everything in his power to get that guy canceled and removed from his, and he was successful in it. And that's the point where I stopped, and I think you stopped. It's like, no, it's like, you're a total fucking hypocrite now. Why the fuck are you doing it? I understand the legal for it. Go at him legally. Fine. Do it. File assault charges against him. We're not saying that. But you took it a step further, and you sent messages to his workplace and got him fired. It's like, no. That's everything that you are railing up against. Whenever you're unslaved media from the Magic the Gathering community, it's like you have became the very thing you fought, and that was the line. It's like, nope, I'm not crossing this line. That was the line that went, nope, you're not crossing that. And I think Kaz is like, oh no, he deserves it. And it's like, that's being hypocritical.
Yeah, I mean, like, and the thing is like, to be fair, he did later apologize for it, but by that time the damage was done.
Well, yeah, no, it's. I look at it the same way as I look at it the same way as with Quantum TV and calling Ackman's mom. It's the same thing.
It is,
and it's like I would be totally hypocritical if I agree with that. It's like, no. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with your stance, and this is why I'm distancing myself from you, because you went against the values that you wanted to do. And I tried to keep my values. I might sway a little bit on one thing or another thing, or I might end up changing my mind. But I'm not. I try not to be a hypocrite. I really try not to. And somebody points out, it's like, what about this or this or this? It's like, oh, okay. Well, No, you got me there. Okay, fine. I understand that one. But I really try not to. And it's the same thing. It's like, again, going on the whole yobyaxes thing, Antoine. Like, if the video Antoine struck was a critical fair use, you be fucking damned bet I will be making a video on Antoine calling his fucking ass out for that bullshit. I will be one of the first fucking ones. I don't care if he's a friend. I don't care if I know him personally. I will be the first fucking one to do it because that goes against my values. And if I don't do it, it'll make me look like a fucking hypocrite. And actuality, that kind of makes him a shit person. But at the end of the day, it's like, that's not what happened. It's like, no, that's exactly what he needed to do. But I would be the first one on that fucking train. Just like the way he made a video on me and Cass and the Knights at the Round Table about the whole fucking stuff for something. Hell, you even agreed with him on that one. So it's like, I understand people's values. Just because you're someone's friend or you're with someone within a group setting doesn't mean that you have to agree and espouse and back their ideas. You can call it out, and that's totally fine. Same thing with me, like with me and as Anti-Hero. He wants to call out someone. He wants to make the fucking claim. I'm not gonna back down from any kind of a fight. If you want to take someone on, I'll take you on. And if you want to talk shit, I'll talk shit to you. And then makes a fucking claim to Tonka. Hey, come on the fucking channel. I have a fucking live stream channel. I'll take you on. I'm not scared of you. And then tries to back down from fucking conversation? No. Here, have a conversation.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, you get hate from it from people that might like you because, hey, you like this person, or because of the situation, but usually because of one's morals. I mean, I'm not gonna expect someone to change the morals for me. If I do something that I disagree with me on it by all means. Don't sit there and ponder to me because, you know, oh, we're in the same group, or oh, I'm a friend, or anything like that. Don't do that shit. It's being disingenuous.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, look, personally, when it comes to the moral thing, like, I'm not a moral person. So that's like the first thing. I think morality is lazy and stupid.
You don't have. It's not a morality thing for me. It's standards with you.
Yeah, it's about like holding consistent standard. Yeah, like, and so, like, for example, like I'm more focused on utility. Is really like the most important part. Like, for a great example of this would be like, say you have a dam that let's say I was a multi-billionaire. I created a dam and it killed, you know, but the purpose of the dam was to generate electricity and a consistent water source for my community, right? But then somebody came in and said, dude, like, but you killed millions of fish, right? My argument to that would be, I don't really care, because the end justifies the means. The end being the goal, and the goal was accomplished by doing this. What I did not only had a benefit, it had a utility, and it solved a problem, right? And so like and that's why, like, so whenever it comes to like my comes to morality, I hate it because I think morality is too black and white, and it's too based on feelings, and it's not logical enough. And so like so like, in other words, I'll have people like Antoine criticize me for being immoral, which, and to be fair, like, he criticized me for that well, in a stream, but he also did it to my face in a different stream, or my internet face. And I tried telling him, like, you know, I don't really have any, right? I have very specific standards that I hold to, and I keep to those, and they're not rooted in morals, because morals are just feeling-based opinions. And I don't have any of those. I'm not really an emotional person.
Well,
right?
and I can make an argument for this one right now, because I see morals. I look at morals and standards as kind of like the same thing.
They're very similar.
That's my own thing with it. I'm not trying to contradict you or anything like that. So whenever I say that, I kind of mean both, and he might mean both, but I'm not gonna speak for him on that one. So.
Well, I mean, I don't know, but they're similar in the fact that like you can have like morality is almost exclusively feelings based or you know, or they're rooted in some kind of tradition, right? Like or some sort of a deeper belief system, right? Like for example, Christians have their morality sourced deist, or not deistic, oh my god, in a theistic worldview, right? Which is fine, but that's where their morals come from. Or other people that are atheist will have their morals come from a sort of societally generated worldview, which I think is kind of where it's just my guess, but this is where like kind of Antoine falls into it, is where most of his morals are rooted in somewhere between how he feels about things and how other people feel about things. And when I say that, I'm gonna make it very clear. I don't mean to say anybody's a copycat, right? I'm not saying like, I'm saying like for example, whenever you're growing up, you know, your parents say don't steal, and you know, and you get punished if you steal, and so you're kind of manipulated in that way to not do something that is pretty much seen as a societal taboo. You know, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, you know? And so like I don't abide by that kind of thing. I think that like people need to stop and think logistically about things. And so and throw feeling and all that shit out the window. Right. And so like for example, I'll give you an example of this. Like go back to the theft thing, right? Stealing.
I was actually gonna go there too.
Okay, well, back to the stealing thing. Like, I would say theft is bad, right? But I'm not going to say it's bad for some moral reason or empathetic reason. I forgot to mention empathy because it's another reason another way that people feel morality. But it's not like I would view it's bad from a logical standpoint of saying, well, if if everybody stole from everybody, nobody would have anything. So it's bad for society as a whole because it works against what we've built all this time humans have evolved. You're actually working contrary to society itself. Same with murder, same with a lot of other things. That's a logical statement that can be proven objectively. And even with math, if you really wanted to be ultra autistic, and I don't need to have like a feeling based on that. I don't have to have that because there's the same thing with, or another example would be the Holocaust. I don't have to have like a feeling of why genocide is bad to acknowledge that it's bad. In fact, I think to have the feeling of it would be lazy and kind of, I feel like it is kind of a cheap way out. I think it's because if I go to most people and say, why was the Holocaust bad? They would say, because it's wrong to murder people. And then whenever I ask, well, why is that wrong? They almost exclusively say, well, because it's bad. And then they never can actually give another reason unless it's that I don't want to be murdered and therefore murder is bad. In which case I respond with, it's Holocaust is bad objectively because it doesn't work. It's a bad strategy. It's never fucking worked. And if anything, it works against any and all goals that you may have. And there has never been a time in the history of ever that any country ever has had a genocide that has successfully removed a particular group out of existence. That has never happened and can never happen.
Yeah, you got a point on that one. Now, let me. I'm probably gonna open up a can of worms with this one, but these are gonna be my last takes. I'll let you respond afterwards, and then we're gonna end this out. I've got 2 people waiting for me and recording to do shows tonight, so I'm gonna get this out. So, morals and standards. So standards are, you know, yes, what you said, logically, utility. This is a bad thing. Morals is like, well, is it for the right frame or not? Correct?
Yeah.
So let's go on the theft thing. Okay. For standards, logically and stuff like that, yes, it's bad to steal stuff like that. And anyone who steals anything should be punished accordingly. But morally, if you go down to the morals aspect, say a hungry child stole a piece of bread because they were hungry and they needed to survive. morally you look at that as like that's not a bad thing. It's like that's understandable and stuff like that. So you can't apply the same two logics to the same thing, because you go with standards, no, that's a bad thing to do. But you go morally, it was like, well, it had a greater good by that child stealing that piece of bread. Correct?
Sure, I
Okay.
guess.
It's a real logic.
I have problems with this. That can.
That's
break
why I
that
said. That's why I
logic.
said I knew I was opening up a can of worms when I said
Yeah,
that.
like,
So
yeah. So like, this is actually
it's
the
just a
problem
concept.
with. Right. Well, this is the problem with morality that I have.
Yes.
Right. Is because
Yes.
morals turn into nothing more than self-justification, right? So, like, for example, let's say we go feelings-based, right? Because that's what morals typically and almost exclusively is, right? Because, like, if you look at a kid that stole a piece of bread, like fucking straight out of Aladdin, okay, and you look at that and you go, well, I mean, what am I
That's
supposed
actually
to say?
that's actually where I got that from.
Yeah, right. Well, you're like, what am I supposed to say to that? This kid is fucking hungry, and you justify that action, even though the act itself is largely considered societally evil, right? Or not evil, but immoral. And then, like, and this is the problem, is that, well, what if the country itself, like then you could go, like, you expand on this and say, well, what if everybody's starving, and then everybody starts stealing from each other, and then how far do we take this before it's no longer justifiable? And that's why, like, you can't do that, because you have to have the reins on it, and that's why I use logic. Because whenever you use feelings, you end up justifying exceptions rather than looking at those exceptions more logically.
Well,
logically.
Aladdin is actually a really good place to look at this too, because it does look at it both from a moral and a standard objective in two different scenes within Aladdin. You see it two times with the moral, one time with the standard. You see a lot of people. You see a lot. Yeah, you get back here. Yeah, you stole from me. Yeah, you see a lot of that within the show. But you see Aladdin steal a piece of bread, and then he gives the bread to the kids because they're hungry and stuff like that. In the same breath. Within the same show, like, I think it's like within 20 minutes, you see the princess coming out into the marketplace, and she sees a kid sitting there hungry, looking at an apple on the cart. She takes the apple, gives the kid. There you go. That's a moral thing. Oh, it's okay. You feel sorry for the kid. All right, take it, give it to the kid. There you go. But then you get hit with the standards of it. Do you know what the price for stealing is? And she about gets her fucking hand lopped off by the salesman.
Yeah, and and the thing is like, for me, how I would look at that is just like, this is like where I have a problem with like whenever I, like, how do I put it? Whenever you use feelings, you end up contradicting yourself by creating like absurd justifications for exceptions to your moral view, and so whereas with logic, in that, like, using utility, right? I just say essentially, I'll have come to the same conclusion, but I'll come to it with a different reason or different way. Like, I'll say, like, when the kid stole food to eat, right? And I would just say, like, there was, like, although that, like, the stealing itself was bad, and if everybody did that, then we wouldn't have a society left. But at the same time, there was utility to justify that kid for the person. There was utility in that, because if they hadn't have done that, they just starve to death and die. And a lot of people might be thinking, well, duh, and I didn't have to go through all that fucking brain rot levels of autism to come to the same conclusion. But the problem is, when you don't think about it that way, it just you end up getting fooled by literally every bum on the street. Because, like, you know what I mean? Like you become, like, manipulated by your own feelings on a subject.
Pandering. Yeah. There you go. There it is. That's what it leads to, is pandering and stuff like that. Yeah. And there's a way you can have standards and morals at the same time. It's very easy. And it kind of comes down to a two-party thing. It has to be reliant on both people.
Yeah, and also,
Time out, let me get this out. It could be like this. It's like, okay, the kid's hungry. The kid's hungry. What can the kid has no money. The kid can't what? The kid is a homeless orphan. It's like, okay, what do you do? He's got to stop to death if he doesn't eat, but he doesn't have money. He can't get food. Okay, there's a lot of things you can do. I mean. And yeah, I know you can kind of look at what I'm about to say as it's highly unlikely or just irrelevant
I'm not gonna
or
go
whatever.
that. I'm not gonna say that.
It's
but-
like, the kid could go up and it's like, hey, I'll help you clean up your stand if I could just get some food.
Well, yeah, and I was actually just gonna say real quick. One thing that the benefit of not being a moral fag over this subject too is you can look at the situation and say, well, I get the utility in what he was trying to do, but there's greater utility in that if that kid like learned a skill to help it eat. So in other words, you could go up to the kid and be like, hey kid, like I'm not gonna fault you for stealing food because whatever, but hey, come with me. Here's a fishing pole. I'm gonna teach you how to fish. And then you've taught the person a skill to survive in a way that doesn't freaking violate society, right?
Well,
and that's because if you didn't think about it that from the way of utility, if you didn't do that, you would just go, oh man, that poor kid, I understand, and you'd walk away. Because all that matters with morality is empathy. At the end of the day, like, can you empathize with what's going on, yes or no? And if you can empathize with that something, you just walk away from it and go, okay, I understand, and walk off. I don't do that. Like, I like to dig a little bit deeper into this thing and come up with, like, a logical, all-encompassing thought process instead of a lazy as fuck, like, oh, I feel that, bruh, and then walk away.
Well, you can take it a step further too, because you can even go. It's like, here, I'll teach you a skill. This is what I want. It's like, I'm gonna teach you how to catch fish, and you'll be able to have food whenever you want. You can just go down and catch fish. You can repay me back by, give me like, if you can get good at catching fish, give me a portion of what you get so I can sell it. There you go. Not only does the kid learn a skill, he also repays what he did. Yeah.
And the thing is like nobody thinks about it that way. The overwhelming majority of society, and this is like with the scat porn shit, the overwhelming majority of people will look at something they consider gross, and then they'll call it immoral, and they'll say like some really hyperbolic shit about it, and not even really think too far into it, right? And this is the thing, like a lot of what people consider immoral, I don't care, right? So like for example, pictures of acts of bestiality, right? People are morally repulsed by it, but never really consider for like 2 seconds that maybe that's kind of the point of it being shared. And also don't consider the fact that I also find it repulsive, not morally repulsive. This is gross. But the thing is, it's like,
but you get a reaction out of people.
Huh?
But you get a reaction out of people for it.
Yeah, I will legitimately make myself miserable as long as somebody else is miserable with me. Okay,
and that's what I like about you.
Yeah, like it's one of those things. There's like I will take you down the ship with me. I may be the captain, but I'm not gonna die alone. And the thing is, it's like and a lot of people don't understand that, or they call it degenerate, and it is degenerate.
I could see, I could see you as Data coming out of fucking First Contact. He brings open the reactor and he comes up and he grabs a hold of the board queen and is like drags him down rope. I could see you doing that shit. But the thing is you'll survive and they won't.
Right? But the thing is that like a part of it also I think is a cultural difference. So like how I grew up is different from how like a lot of people grew up. Like one of the things that like really one of my earliest memories, okay, was my dad shot a deer, and then he had me come with him to I mean, I wasn't really helping, but he wanted me to help. I was basically doing bitch work, all right? But he wanted he wanted to show me the process, right? This is pretty normal behavior, right? So far. And so like, but as soon as I got to the corpse of the deer, the first thing he said that came out of his mouth was, well, you want to finger it a little bit? I'm like, no, what the and you know what I mean? And he's like, well, I won't tell anybody. It's just you and me here and the deer. And then I'm like, I'm like, ew, like,
what
screw
the
yourself,
fuck?
right? Yeah, it was just to screw with my head, right? And that was a big thing, like growing up. And there's a lot of, and it wasn't just him. It was a lot of other people, like everybody I grew up around would show or share really horrible, disgusting shit right? Just to screw with you. And we're talking like between friends, even, you know, like, and inside of friends that would send me like really horrific shit, like, you know, and all the time to get me to be grossed out. And you know, it used to, and early on, you know, you're grossed out by things, but then after a while, you become numb to it. If you went your whole life never experiencing any of that ever, you're not going to be numb to it by the time, like, so like Antoine, if I remember correctly, grew up in California. All right. I don't think that he grew up the same way I did, with friends sharing like really horrific images of things. Like bestiality is softcore shit. Okay. So like and like and so like, and also like early internet was really bad too. But we call each other horrible things. Hell, dude, all of my friends used to take turns kicking each other in the balls, like constantly, or we take turns punching each other, or we put our arms together and put a cigarette in the middle and see which person fucking moved their arm away first, right? You know, and so I actually have burn marks on my forearm over this shit, you know, because, you know, whatever. But the point is, it's like we'd have headbutting competitions, like really screwed up shit, right? Massive cultural difference. Okay, like that, and so like this is something that I'm trying to get at here, is that like a lot of people don't get that, and I'm not going to have the same weird moral views that everybody else does, you know. And also, like, a lot of people don't know how to deal with death. You know, like, I watched my grandmother on my mother's side, not the one, you know, actually one of two grandmothers I ever had, but that one on that side, like, straight up overdose and die right in front of me when I was 12. You know, like, I'm already past this. I'm way past all of this, like, moral shit. It's over. Like, I could sit there and I could watch you die right in front of me, and I'm not going to have a single emotional reaction. Well, I mean, unless, of course, I actually care about the person. Like, if it was my kid, of course I would. But you know what I mean? Like I'm very numb to a lot of this shit. And a lot of people just... I'm not trying to say they're snowflakes. They just don't have the same experiences. Like if you, whenever you, like, after a while, you just become numb, you know. Like, after a while, you have people come up to you, make jokes about fucking your sister, and you kind of don't care anymore.
Yeah, it's no, I get it. It's like one of the same ways as like the reason why I look at suicide, and it's like whatever. It's like I look at suicide like a lot of people. Like, oh my god, it's a bad thing. I look at it as like, I really don't care. It's like, well, you don't know what it does and what it causes your family members. Is like, no, I know exactly what it does and causes family members. Why I don't care. It's like, well, how can you say that? It's like, apparently you haven't had to clean up someone's fucking brains or someone's walls. Dude, whenever they fucking shot themselves.
I made my first video on Gilded Poo, which was about a guy that killed himself, and a lot of people jumped my ass about how kind of numb I was to the subject, you know. And this guy, and which, bear in mind, like a lot of people said the same thing, like, you don't know what it's like. It's like, dude, I've had 4 people in my life that were close to me fucking shoot themselves in the head or hang themselves or what have you, right? So I'm very used to suicide. And in fact, most of my friends that I had growing up are fucking dead. All right. So, like, just making that very clear. So essentially, like, but I had people in the comment section on my ass. I've had several people lately come back a year later or 2 years later, depending on the time period, and come back and say, look, I'm sorry about everything I said. You were right. I have totally changed my opinion on not only your video, but suicide itself. And you know why they changed their opinion? Because they actually had it happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, for me, I've had people close to me. I've had one person close to me commit suicide. He was a guy that I worked for at my job. I was about 3 years ago, and everyone at my job was like appalled when I said I don't fucking care. It's good riddance. I guess he's a burden that's cast off from society now, and I kind of got the evil eye at my fucking job. And my boss pulled me aside. Well, not pulled me aside, but asked me, he's like, well, why do you say that? He's like, well, after the 50th or the 60th suicide victim, you run a fire call on, and not only do you got to go down and look at what the person did to themselves, not only do you got to clean it up or stay there and make the report and get the information, you also got to deal with the fucking family members down now grieving and crying and upset because this person did this. And it's like, and the reason why I look at it so coldly is like, look, the guy didn't fucking care about his fucking family. He didn't care about any of his friends, his loved ones, or anything like that. And he wanted to end it all, and he shot himself. Good riddance, good enough. Now he's leaving the fucking shit what to people like me to help the fucking family that he fucking left because he shot himself, to deal and pick up the fucking pieces. And you know what? After you deal with it so many fucking times, it's like, what do? You have no fucking choice but to fucking become numb to it. Otherwise, it will fucking tear your ass down.
Yep. Yeah, like, and the thing is too, which is really interesting. I'm gonna bring up somebody I think everybody here mutually dislikes, including Antoine. So if he's listening, he'll love this. I think, but I think you'll find it funny. And then let's contrast this with Tennessee Marine, who allegedly, according to him, is out of the military with PTSD, or the reason he got out of the military was because he was discharged with PTSD, which in of itself doesn't make any sense, but whatever, because, quote, he witnessed a girl get squished by the roof of a shed and die, and that gave him PTSD.
Get the fuck over yourself.
And I'm sitting here, like, in my head, like, dude, if that gave you PTSD, legitimately, you are a pussy, okay? Like, because there are people that work in the EMT field, first responders, they see that shit every fucking day, all right? And they're so far past this shit, right? Like, and you're sitting here whining over some bitch you never. He never knew her, didn't fuck her, just random bitch.
Well, all right. So I'll tell you one of my traumatic things, and after that, I've got to end this. So, but it's like I had a car accident, and it was 2 guys and 2 kids, and it was one guy was a father of 1 kid, the other guy was a father of another kid, and they were driving down the road. And what ended up happening was somebody ran a stop sign and ran into the side of the car going about 60 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, there's only one survivor, and it was the driver. They were all buckled up. They all had safety harnesses and stuff like that on, and these kids were like 3 or 4 years old.
Damn.
And the only one survived was one of the fathers that was driving the vehicle. Here's how bad it was mangled. We had to take the car apart in pieces to pull pieces of the kids and the other guy out.
Yep.
So as much as Tennessee Marine wants to clamp onto the fact and make any kind of excuse of, oh, well, it's a battlefield, or it's a war zone, or it was an innocent child.
It wasn't. It was a hurricane.
Oh, well, whatever it was, I don't care.
Yeah.
But the thing is I don't know if I got PTSD over it. I'm not gonna fucking claim that. I can still fucking function, and it does not shut me down looking at this stuff. I just look at it and just shut off all fucking emotions. Like, no, I got a job I gotta do, and I gotta get through this. I might feel bad about it later on. I might recant about it later on. I might think about it later on. But it's one of those things, it's like, I've got the mentality of, I cannot let this affect me. I've got to keep moving forward.
That's called being an adult.
Yeah. So as much as Tennessee Marine wants to say that, sorry, man. I feel like I've seen probably a lot worse than you have, and I operate just fucking fine. So,
I haven't seen anything as bad as you described, to be fair, but I've seen some pretty rough shit. It's one of those things where I mean, do I like? You gotta understand. I've been
and you gotta understand this one too. No, time out. And you gotta understand this one. one of the kids was one of the grandchildren of our service truck, of our service truck repair guys at my shop. So it's not like it was just some rando on the. It's like, no, the kid was related to somebody I work with, and I still work with to this day. So
yeah, like I'm a father, and that would fuck with me hard. Like it would take me, like if I was the surviving dad in that scenario, I would be out of my fucking head, you know. Like you know, so like there's like, and you know, whatever. But yeah, but I don't know. Like as I said, like I haven't experienced that level of crazy shit. But the reality is that yeah, like that's just the nature of it, you know. Like that's the nature of your job, and most people can't do that job. They I don't think most people could actually, you know, kind of in a more simplistic way than you put it. Most people can't like just suck it up and fucking do their job. They would shut down. Like shit, my kid was choking to death when she was like 2 on food, you know, and her mom just shut the fuck down and just sat there and stared in horror as her child was choking to death, right? And I had to walk from the other side of the fucking room to do the fucking Heimlich maneuver, you know. And as you can imagine, and I got like, and a lot of people, my sister criticized me for this later because she was there, but I immediately turned around and said, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I just got really angry, you know. But it's like that. I'm not saying that's traumatizing or anything, by the way, but there's a lot of people like that just shut down over any amount of anxiety, you know what I mean? And I think those people should be exposed to more. So, like, I think Tennessee Marines should have been exposed to more of that. I think the more you see shit like that and the more cold you become, that's a good thing, right? Like, you should be able to deal with that kind of shit. Like, you should be able to... I mean, I'm not saying you should be totally numb to it. I'm just saying, like, you should be able to learn how to deal with it. And most people can't because society has become a society of women. I mean, pussies.
yeah. All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and end this out. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Please remember to like and subscribe. Go to the Pooh's channel, all that good stuff. And take care, everyone.
Niggers.